Riga, please, and do the intro.
Yep. Welcome back. We got an action-packed day today. We're going to be going over a bunch of different things. We got clearly the Lindsay Clancy case busted wide open. We're going to have some Nolan Wells making a return because we have new updates on that, as well as either your favorite or not so favorite, YouTube X personality, Eat the Pussy 445, right?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff, man. I'm going to be talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. I'm going to be talking about it in its entirety, in its full thing. I watched the full 15-hour fucking trial. So this information is going to be pretty much dated from January 24th, 2023, all the way to August 13th of 2026. Okay, so I'm gonna be doing the most extensive fucking breakdown of this case possible. So I'm gonna be debunking all the bullshit. I'm gonna be I have names, dates, times, all that stuff. We're gonna be getting into it. We'll also be getting into the Nolan Wells stuff. His friends did come out, and his friends came out and talked about, what happened that day, a little more information and stuff like that. So we're gonna have a lot going on. The EDP stuff, I still don't know about that. We'll probably watch the documentary and stuff. But without further ado, bro, let's just get right on into the fucking into the Lindsay Clancy stuff. So we have a lot, bro. I took a lot of notes. We're going to be going through it extremely detailed. So this comes from the original search warrant material. This comes from police accounts. This comes from evidence that's come out in trials, as well as I'll show you guys all my sources down at the bottom. Sorry, I'll go ahead and get down there and cite my sources.
The lawsuit's also in there, I believe. Right?
Yes, the lawsuit is in there. So again, I have the search warrant applications, the affidavit, the search warrant and court documents, CT Insider, WBUR, WCVB, REV transcripts. Obviously, they're the ones that did a lot of the transcripts for the trial itself. We have Boston Globe, People, CT Insider, AP, CBS News and AP. Court TV is where I watched all of the coverage. Unilad, The Sun, CT Insider again, People, Court TV, WBUR, AP, and CBS News. So again, through all of that, this is going to be the most extensive fucking breakdown, all right? So here we go. So we're going to go through, we're going to start with Patrick's timeline. I want to make sure to start with his timeline so that way we can kind of debunk that and get that out of the way first. So again, on January 24th, police received Patrick's 911 call at approximately 6:11 p.m. reporting that Lindsay had apparently jumped from a second-story window at their Duxbury home. All right. When officers arrived, Lindsay was outside, seriously injured. Patrick was there with her. Patrick told police that he had returned home after going out to pick up food and medication. He found Lindsay outside and noticed blood on the open bedroom window. So he called 911. While officers were initially dealing with Lindsay, Patrick went inside, to check on the children. That's when the situation changed dramatically. He went into the basement and discovered 3 children unresponsive. That is why you're hearing now in the trial that just happened, or the testimonies that just happened, that the 911 call was extremely gruesome and that he was screaming. He even dropped the phone. They believed like the whole thud in the call was him hitting Lindsay, but that was obviously debunked. The police were later said that what happened was he was so shocked he dropped the phone and there was a thud, and the 911 operator was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, because the first responders were there on scene by the time he had went to go see his children. So,
exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So he was still on, even though the police were there, he was still on a call with the 911 operator.
Yes.
Just to make sure that was clear. Okay, he went into the basement and discovered 3 children unresponsive. Officers heard Patrick screaming and went into the house. The children had exercise bands around their necks. Cora and Dawson were pronounced dead at the hospital. Callan was transported to Boston Children's Hospital, but subsequently died. Patrick's reaction was captured in the 911 response and later became trial evidence. An officer testified that Patrick screamed that Lindsay had killed the children after discovering them. That is kind of what led to the thump not being him hitting her. That led to the thump being more of he dropped the phone.
Right.
Okay, so did police investigate Patrick? Yes, they absolutely did. They investigated him. He was not a suspect, okay? That's what a lot of people are getting wrong. A lot of people are thinking that he was a suspect in this case, and that's completely wrong. He was just investigated in this case. So what did they investigate? Investigators didn't simply accept Patrick's story and walk away, as they should. That night, Massachusetts State Police detectives interviewed him at the hospital. According to the search warrant affidavit, Patrick told investigators he had been home for most of the day. He left the house to go to 3V, a restaurant, and CVS for the medication. He returned home afterwards. He found Lindsay outside. He called 911. Lindsay had previously told him she was experiencing suicidal thoughts and thoughts about hurting the children. We'll get into that later. She had sought psychiatric treatment and had been hospitalized at McLean Hospital earlier that month. Okay. Now we're going to go through Patrick's entire fucking timeline. All right. We're going to go through his timeline minute by fucking minute. I have what Patrick was doing, what Lindsay was doing, and then obviously who said when what establishes why I'm saying what I'm saying. So we have 8 a.m. Patrick remained home with Dawson and Callan while working remotely. Lindsay took Cora to a doctor's appointment. That was Patrick's 2026 trial testimony. So then 8:17 a.m., Patrick texted Lindsay a picture of Dawson. Lindsay replied with a picture of Cora at the doctor's office. That was, again, Patrick's 2026 trial testimony. 8:30 a.m., Patrick began working from his basement office. All right. Lindsay and Cora returned. Lindsay spent the day with the children. That was, again, his 2026 trial testimony. Okay, the morning into the afternoon, Patrick was working from home and occasionally went upstairs. Lindsay played with the children, including playing outside in the snow. Patrick testified she appeared happy and in a good mood. All right, that's Patrick's testimony. Okay, we're going to fast forward to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Patrick was still home. Lindsay searched her phone for children's Marilacs, then searched for the 3V, and used Apple Maps to check the routes in order to, order the food. That was from phone evidence in the prosecution's investigation alongside the police. Okay. We have 4:47. Patrick is still home. Lindsay called a Kingston CVS asking about children's Marilacs. This comes again from the phone records and prosecution's evidence alongside the police. So, 4:53, Patrick received Lindsay's text asking about getting takeout from the restaurant. Lindsay texted that she hadn't cooked and it had been a long day. That comes from Patrick and Lindsay's phone records. That's not just from Patrick's phone. That's from both of their phones to confirm that that was an actual text that was sent. Okay, then we have 5:06. They texted about what they wanted for dinner. Lindsay chose a Mediterranean bowl. Patrick chose scallop pork belly risotto. That was through the trial testimony. They then later confirmed that through his receipt. Okay, they had his receipt in the trial that confirmed that he had bought exactly that, and it was purchased by Patrick using his credit card. Okay. Then we have 5:10. Patrick was preparing to leave. Okay, Lindsay called the restaurant and placed the order. That comes from the restaurant phone evidence. So when the investigators went down to the restaurant, they asked if this phone and order was actually placed by Lindsay or was it placed by Patrick. So they said that it was placed by Lindsay. So then we have 5:15. Patrick left the house. He said he briefly rocked Callan, kissed Cora, told the children he'd be right back, and left to get the medicine and dinner. Lindsay remained at home with all 3 children. Again, that is Patrick's testimony and the prosecution's timeline. This is 5:15 to 5:32. Patrick was driving to Kingston CVS. Lindsay was alone with the children. Patrick's route and timeline via his GPS data confirmed that. Okay. A lot of people said that he went to the restaurant first, then CVS. That's a lie. He actually went to the restaurant, then he went to CVS. He never went home in between the CVS and the restaurant. People were saying that he went home. That is a lie. Okay, if anybody's sitting there telling you that bullshit, that's a lie. Okay, he did not go home. He went from the restaurant to the he went to the CVS, then he went to the restaurant, and then he went home. Okay. So we have 5:32. Patrick enters the CVS. Surveillance shows him going to an aisle 20. The children's medication. Lindsay remains at home. That's from the police search warrant affidavit. Okay, so the police went to CVS and got a search warrant to go ahead and search their cameras. Patrick calls Lindsay because he can't find the exact medication. Lindsay doesn't initially answer. That comes from the phone records. He called her a total of, I think, 4 times. 5:34, Patrick receives Lindsay's call back. The conversation lasts roughly 14 seconds. Lindsay tells him the generic medication is okay. Patrick later said she sounded quiet and busy. Phone records plus Patrick's testimony corroborate that. 5:35, Patrick remains inside at CVS. Later evidence places Lindsay moving upstairs around this period. That comes from the phone and Apple Watch evidence presented at the trial. So they were able to track where Lindsay was within the house because of her Apple Watch. A lot of people weren't talking about that. I don't know why, but that is pertinent evidence that was brought about in the trial from the police and investigators. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so 5:37, Patrick leaves the CVS. He has the medication, and according to his testimony, he bought Skittles as well. Lindsay is still at home at this time, so the timeline and search warrant evidence show that. So we have 5:37 to 5:54. Patrick drives from CVS towards Plymouth. Lindsay is at home. Patrick reconstructed the route through GPS. Patrick enters the restaurant. Surveillance shows him entering, looking at the pickup table, waiting briefly, looking at his phone, and approaching the hostess. That comes from police personally reviewed the restaurant's surveillance camera. So they saw exactly what he was doing, exactly his entire trace footsteps of when he entered the restaurant to picking up the food and leaving the restaurant. Okay, so then we have 555. 555 to, I believe that's 6:01 at this point. I probably messed that up and forgot to put the 6 in there. Sorry about that. So then we have Patrick pays for the food and picks up the food. This is obviously still the restaurant surveillance. So 5:55 to 6:09, Patrick drives home. He estimated the trip roughly around 10 to 12 minutes. I didn't add it in here. Sorry about that. But GPS actually put that at 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Okay. So it was actually less than 10 to 12 minutes. So take that how you want it. But that was what Patrick had said. But when we looked later, that came out later in the trial that GPS data pointed it at 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Okay, so 6 p.m., Patrick is still driving home. Prosecutors allege Lindsay had taken medication and was preparing for attempting suicide, meaning this is the moment when she crushed up the medication and the pills. That's where that whole crushed up pill thing comes from, okay? She crushed up the medication and preparing to attempt suicide. Now, the preparing for attempt suicide, obviously, this came from the trial evidence. Exact sequence is contested. So, meaning like the prosecution assumes that this is when, she crushed up the pills and was ready to commit suicide. The defense says that she was crushing up the pills and just taking the medication, and that was it. But we don't know exactly what her plans were in crushing up the pills and taking them at that time. We can just assume, obviously, from the fact that she jumped out of the fucking window. Let's be real. Okay, so 6:09, Patrick arrives home. He says the house is unusually quiet. He calls out but receives no response. Lindsay isn't visible. Okay, the children aren't visible either. That is from his testimony. 6:09 to 6:11, Patrick calls Lindsay's phone. No answer. He searches upstairs. Lindsay is outside near the house after her apparent suicide attempt. Patrick's testimony and prosecution evidence states that. So 6:10, Patrick finds the master bedroom door locked. He uses an emergency key. Lindsay has apparently jumped from the second floor bedroom window. So a lot of people were saying that he got home and just saw her outside. That's a complete lie. That's not how it worked. He went into the house. Nobody was around. The house was eerily quiet because there's supposed to be a woman and 3 children running around. Right. So he goes up to the room. His bedroom door is locked. He's wondering why the bedroom door is locked. He has an emergency key that unlocks the door. And then from there, he's able to see that the window is busted. So he obviously assumes, holy shit, somebody, jumped out of the fucking window at that point. 6:10 to 6:11, Patrick sees blood and opens the window, runs outside, and discovers Lindsay is badly injured on the ground. 6:11, Patrick begins the 911 call. Lindsay says she tried to kill herself and jump from the window. Okay, that's from the 911 recording of the. Now we don't have the call. The reason we don't have the call is because the judge himself said that the call is so gruesome that he is not going to release it to the public as of now. Okay, so as of today, August 16th, he's not going to release it. He said that August 13th during the day 14 of the trial. So he said that he's not going to release the phone call. There is a transcript out there done by somebody. Do not believe that transcript. Okay, please do not believe that transcript. It was already debunked. That transcript was debunked by the defense. The defense said that the transcript that is apparently leaked, that is completely false and fake. That was something where somebody went to the trial, heard the transcript, and they were writing down what they thought they heard Patrick and Lindsay saying over the phone. Okay, so I'm just going to put that out there now. Again, believe it. How are you going to believe it? Okay. So immediately afterwards, Patrick enters the house and goes to the basement while still connected to 911. Remember I said there was that thump in the 911 call, okay? This is where that comes from. He finds Cora and Dawson and Callan unresponsive with the exercise bands around their necks. That is when he then screams and drops the phone. And that's where the thump comes from. And a lot of people were saying, oh, he hit Lindsay. No, he didn't. He didn't hit her. What had happened is he dropped the phone and the phone hit the ground. And that's when they were like, sir, are you still there? So, and that, again, that comes from the 911 call and the police testimony. So minutes later, Patrick screams for help and attempts to revive the children and removes the exercise bands. That is why his DNA was on the exercise bands. Okay, his DNA was on the exercise bands because he tried to remove the exercise bands off of the kids' necks. All right. And obviously that was when the first responders had arrived. 911 police testimony. He was still on the 911 call at this time. Okay, even though the first responders were still there, he was still on the phone with the 911 operators because the 911 operator is still like, hello, sir, are you still there? Are you still there? I can hear things going on. Is everything fine? So again, 911 is still on there even though the first responders have arrived. Okay, so after the police arrives, Patrick tells officers she killed the kids. Okay, Lindsay is taken for emergency medical treatment. That is from the officer's testimony that brought her to the hospital. Okay, 7:28 p.m. Patrick is at the hospital /scene as emergency treatment is continued. Cora and Dawson are pronounced dead at this time as their third child is still fighting for their life. Okay, and that contemporary timeline just meaning that not only did the prosecution agree to this piece of evidence, as well as the defense agreed to this piece of evidence, and the investigators agreed to this piece of evidence, okay? That Cora and Dawson were pronounced dead, and the third child was still alive at this moment, fighting for their life. Later that night, investigators began interviewing Patrick and reconstructing his movements. So that's when investigators then began to start looking into his timeline and what he said. So, police actually checked Patrick's alibi. Okay, this is probably the strongest evidence against the idea that investigators simply took Patrick's word for where he was, like we stated earlier. Okay, investigators went to the restaurant that night and obtained the surveillance information. They determined that Patrick had gone there after leaving the house. Investigators also obtained the restaurant receipt. Remember I said that he had the receipt confirming what he ordered and if it was Patrick that bought it. Okay, so they have the receipt, which showed his purchase. The surveillance video showed him entering, waiting, looking at his phone, and picking up the order and leaving. Okay, Then investigators went to CVS. They obtained the surveillance video there as well. The footage showed Patrick entering the store, going to the children's medication aisle, spending a short time there, going to the register, and leaving. Investigators also documented that a woman had called the CVS asking about children's laxative before Patrick arrived. Who was that woman? That was obviously Lindsay at this point. So investigators merely weren't saying Patrick says he was at CVS, therefore he was at CVS. They were doing exactly what you expect in a homicide investigation. They verified the timeline independently at this moment. Okay, we're still in 2023. Okay, guys, we're still in 2023 at this point. So we're now in January 25th, 2023. Investigators are going over the timeline. They confirmed the timeline at the end of January 25th, 2023. They confirmed Patrick's timeline. The timeline that we went over minute by minute, they confirmed that timeline the next day. Okay. Why was Patrick's timeline important? Patrick's movements put him away from the house during the critical period. The prosecution's theory is that Lindsay waited until Patrick left and then killed the children. The prosecution now agrees that she deliberately created an opportunity by having Patrick leave to get food and medicine. In the defense, meanwhile, isn't really disputing that Lindsay physically killed the children. It's an argument their argument is essentially, yes, Lindsay killed them, but she was experiencing postpartum psychosis and therefore is not criminally responsible. So people that are sitting there saying, Patrick killed the kids, bro, Patrick killed them, even the defense is saying that Lindsay killed the kids, guys. Patrick never, not once, was a suspect or even looked at as being the ones that killed the kids. Okay, the prosecution, the defense, as well as the investigators, all agree that Lindsay is the one that physically killed the kids. She put the exercise bands around their neck and strangled those kids to death. Okay, so I do not want to hear this bullshit of Patrick did it, bro. Oh, that's suspicious. Patrick probably, no, he didn't. Everyone agrees that Lindsay did this. Okay, that's just the way that goes, bro. All right. So now we're going to get into the postpartum psychosis, because this is where the defense claimed that she is under postpartum psychosis. All right. So this is what's actually true when it comes to the postpartum psychosis argument. Okay, Lindsay was not diagnosed with postpartum psychosis before the killings, okay? Like many people try to blame here on TikTok. I can't stand the idiots on TikTok that sit there and say, oh, bro, you don't know nothing about postpartum psychosis, bro. Oh, that's da-da-da-da. No, bro, you're retarded. Shut up. All right? So we have testimony by her doctors. Okay, so this is strongly supported by the testimony from the psychiatrist who treated her in January of 2023. Remember, we're still in January 2023, guys. So Dr. Alia Goodhart, a psychiatrist who treated Lindsay during her 5-day stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, 2023, testified that she diagnosed Lindsay with major depression disorder, severe without psychiatric features, meaning that they were like, she has severe depression, severe anxiety, which are common in postpartum psychosis. So I understand why people may have believed that. But that is also a symptoms of the recovery phase of that. We went over that last week, if you remember. Okay. So she says that since it was without the psychotic features, not postpartum psychosis, Goodhart said Lindsay wasn't exhibiting signs of psychosis during that hospitalization. So meaning they kind of ruled it out. They were like, it could be because of these symptoms here, but at the same time, we're not going to fully say that that's what it is. Okay, so another psychiatrist, Dr. Jennifer Tuffets, likewise testified that Lindsay had depression and suicidal thoughts, but didn't display psychiatric symptoms while she was treating her. Okay, so this was obviously the psychiatrist she saw after. Okay, so after Alia Goodhart, she then saw Jennifer Tuffets. And even Jennifer Tuffets even also said, no, we ruled postpartum psychosis out just for the simple fact that we didn't see anything that led to something that severe. Like, sorry to say it just didn't. We didn't see anything. Okay. But the defense is absolutely is arguing postpartum psychosis now. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Redden, explicitly argued postpartum psychosis in the opening statement of 2026 murder trial. Reiterates, I spelled that wrong. Reiterates reports that the defense's position is that Lindsay suffered from postpartum psychosis and that ineffective treatment contributed to her condition. So here's the defense's timeline of why the killings happened. Okay. They believe that Lindsay had a severe mental illness. It wasn't properly recognized / treated. Medications may have worsened her condition. She developed postpartum psychosis. She lost contact with reality. She killed her children while psychotic. Therefore, she shouldn't be held criminally responsible. So that's what the defense is saying. That is their argument. Okay. The defense also has presented evidence concerning bipolar disorder and medications effect as part of its broader mental health argument. Lindsay's treating providers did not diagnose her with bipolar disorder before January 24th, 2023. So again, they lost the argument of postpartum psychosis because of the two doctors that just testified. Those two doctors said, nah, bro, she couldn't have had postpartum psychosis. So the fact that you're saying that the medications made her worse and all this, and it led her to that, nah. In my medical profession or my medical opinion, that can't happen. Sorry to say it. Then the defense said, oh, bro, but what about, she probably had bipolar disorder though. You know what I mean? She could have had bipolar disorder. Well, both doctors then stated that she doesn't have bipolar disorder, and she didn't have bipolar disorder before the dates of the killing. So before January 24th, 2023, when she committed this act, she didn't have bipolar disorder. There was no diagnosis for it. There was no symptoms of it. She had no medication for it, nothing. So again, the defense's argument collapsed. Okay. In fact, in the medical records, testimonies indicate that bipolar disorder was considered and at one point ruled out by her doctors, as I said before. Okay, so in December 2022, when Lindsay was evaluated through a postpartum mental health program in Rhode Island, the evaluating doctor reported and ruled out bipolar disorder and diagnosed severe depression and anxiety instead. During her January 1st to 5th hospitalization at McLean Hospital, psychiatric Dr. Alia Goodhart diagnosed major depressive disorder, severe without psychiatric features, and then that's reorder. So with that, now we're going to get into the crushed pill theory. People are always saying, oh, bro, he crushed up her pills and this and that, yada, yada, yada. Now, if you remember the timeline, we assumed that, at the time that she took, on the Apple Watch data, when she took her medications, that she was the one that crushed up the pills and then took them. And then that's what kind of led to her episode and then her killing, because that's what led to her committing suicide. Okay. So we're going to get into that. I'll say, according to the prosecution's reconstruction of January 24th, after Patrick left to get the children's medication and dinner, Lindsay went upstairs. Prosecutors allege that she crushed the pills before going outside and attempting suicide. Okay. That evidence is important because prosecutors use it as part of their argument that Lindsay was deliberately carrying out a plan, not that she just fell into a psychotic episode, is that she planned this, okay, rather than suddenly becoming psychotic. But then defense has a very different interpretation of that event. They argue that medications themselves were part of a serious psychiatric treatment failure, and that Lindsay's deteriorating condition was connected to the medications that she had been prescribed. Meaning they thought, oh, because she crushed up the pills, bro, that means the pills didn't work, and that's why she just went into this psychotic rant. It could be a thing, right? That's a far stretch, bro. It's a far stretch saying that just because you crush up a pill, that means that, it didn't work. I don't know. I mean, take that how you want. I'm just here to give you the facts. Patrick's testimony also established something important. There were numerous prescription bottles, but she apparently had not taken all of the medication as prescribed. Prosecutors went through the 9 bottles with him and established that several contained substantial amounts of medication, meaning that when the police took and confiscated the medications, guess what? Majority of those bottles were still full, meaning that she was not taking her medication. And so, the fact that she wasn't taking her medication means that she just wasn't getting better. And so the fact that she wasn't getting better tells you that this was more of a planned situation than it was a oops, I fell into a psychotic rage and now I want to just strangle my kids. Okay. Patrick even himself acknowledged that although he believed Lindsay took her medication as directed, he wasn't standing over her watching her swallow them. That is a direct quote from Patrick. Patrick said out of his own mouth, I wasn't standing over her watching her swallow them. So that was his, when they asked him, because defense cross-examined Patrick and said, were you aware that she wasn't taking her medication? And he says, well, I wasn't standing over her watching her take them. So I assumed that she was taking them. I had hoped that she was taking them, but I wasn't looking over her shoulder. So that's his thing. Okay. So what evidence pointed to investigators towards Lindsay? Okay. So obviously in the beginning, they wanted to kind of get Patrick out of the question that he could have done this. They confirmed his timeline. So they're like, okay, since we confirmed his timeline, let's now look into Lindsay. Let's investigate her. We want to see what led to, her possibly doing that. Okay. So what about Patrick tampering the medication? So we're going to go into that. So there have been allegations and questions about Patrick's involvement with Lindsay's medication, but I didn't find any evidence establishing that Patrick secretly altered, crushed, substituted, or otherwise tampered with her medication. So all you people on TikTok, mainly you weird ass feminists, talking about, oh bro, he probably messed with her medication and probably hid her medication so she couldn't take it and this and that. That was a complete lie. That is complete Hasbara. All right. That is a fucking lie. There is no evidence, evidence in the trial that was mentioned, that was brought about, that was in examines, nothing that said that Patrick altered, he crushed, he substituted, or otherwise tampered with her medication. Okay. So anybody that tells you, oh bro, yeah, it was Patrick because he probably messed with her medication, it's a lie. It's a fucking lie. You tell them to their face, that's a lie. All right. Okay, so what is documented is that Patrick was involved in her medication management in the ordinary sense of being her husband and caregiver, meaning that he went to the doctor's appointments and was saying, hey, the doctor was telling him, hey, make sure that she takes this one first, then she takes this one, then she takes this one, so on and so forth. He was aware of what medication she was taking. For example, Patrick testified that he knew about her medications and was aware of the changes in prescriptions. He also ultimately gave investigators and prosecutors a bag of prescription medications after the killings, meaning all of the bags that they confiscated that had literally full pills. And there's a testimony that Patrick called the hospital on December 30th because Lindsay wanted that's supposed to be in-person treatment, meaning she didn't want to go to the hospital. I'm sorry. That's supposed to say wanted not in-person treatment. Sorry. A psychiatrist nurse testified that Patrick said that Lindsay was safe but wanted to go to McLean. Okay. What's quite different from proving that he tampered with her medication, Patrick testified that Lindsay told him she was going to increase her dose, but prosecutors established that she ultimately took only 7 Zoloft pills from that prescription, meaning she had, I'm sure, somewhere close to like 50 pills or whatever, but out of that entire prescription, she only took 7. So that further shows that she was negligently on her own not taking her medication. That's actually important because it weakens a simplistic version of the defense's argument. Patrick watched Lindsay take all of these medications and therefore he knew exactly what she was taking. Patrick essentially said, and this is a direct quote, I'm sorry. I believe that she was taking them as prescribed, but I wasn't physically watching her take them. Meaning, like I said before, he just assumed like, hey, I assumed she was taking her medication. She's a fucking adult. I would assume that she's taking her medications. The current trial evidence is showing that Lindsay herself was making numerous decisions about her medications, not Patrick, including stopping some because she felt that they were making her worse. Okay. In the defense, the defense is arguing that the medical providers failed to recognize and appropriately treat her psychiatric conditions, and that the medication regimen contributed to her deterioration, meaning that she had so many cocktails and concoctions that she was mixing them all together and didn't know which ones helped certain symptoms, if you will. Okay. So that was the defense was saying. The defense was saying, bro, Lindsay had so many cocktails from so many different doctors, she couldn't have known which ones to take. So, why not err on the safe side and not take any of them, is kind of their argument. Okay. The prosecution's response was she wasn't actually taking many of these medications consistently. She was functioning normally, and she deliberately carried out the killings on that day. Okay, so the physical scene. So we're going to go over the exact scene of everything that the investigators and the first responders saw. Okay, because a lot of people were saying, again, like I was saying, people were saying that he got home, saw her outside, and then called 911. Obviously, that's not true. He went inside. He went up to the door. He tried to open the door. He opened it with a key, saw the window was busted, then found Lindsay. So we're gonna go through all the forensics data and all that kind of stuff that they talked about in the trial. Okay, so the children were found in different locations in the basement with exercise bands around their necks. Investigators documented the scene and collected the bands and other physical evidence. Later forensic testimony established that human blood was found on various items and surfaces, including the exercise bands. No fingerprints were found on the bands. Lindsay, meanwhile, was found outside beneath the bedroom window with injuries consisting with an apparent suicide attempt. At that time, remember, we're still in January, guys. Okay, we're still in January 2023. So at this time, when the forensics team got the bands, they didn't find any DNA evidence of Patrick or Lindsay at the time. Those were the only two subjects they were looking for when they looked at DNA evidence. And so that's where this comes from, okay? Because I know they later said that Patrick's DNA was on the bands and they were there because he removed them off the kids' necks. But the thing is they didn't find that till later on. They didn't find Patrick's DNA till later on, okay? So, all right, let's see. Okay, so Lindsay, meanwhile, was found outside. Okay, that's the parent. Okay, so Patrick told investigators that Lindsay had previously told him that she was experiencing suicidal thoughts about hurting the children, and serious psychological distress. And that comes from, obviously, when she talked to the doctors and all that kind of stuff, or the psychiatrists. That's why he knows that piece of information, and he just relayed that to them. And she had already been hospitalized at McLean Hospital early in January. Those statements were significant because they provided investigators with a potential explanation for why she might have killed the children. Then investigators started examining Lindsay's digital evidence, okay? Investigators obtained and analyzed Lindsay's phone. The current trial has revealed searches concerning things such as hallucinations, psychosis, suicide, psychiatric conditions, psychopathy, ways of killing herself, and medication effects. Now, here's where a lot of people have been lying when it comes to this. So, one particularly notable search was, can you treat a sociopath? Not what is a sociopath or how to be a psychopath. Everybody, look, I was on the side where people were saying, oh, Patrick didn't do this, Patrick didn't do this. And she was searching up how to be a psychopath and how to do this and how to do that. No, bro, y'all were both lying. Y'all were both lying, okay? Because you had the people who were for Lindsay were saying, what's a sociopath? Because she wanted to look up what's a sociopath to see if she could, paint Patrick as a sociopath, pretty much. Like everything that he was doing, tampering with her medication and this and that, what's a sociopath. Then you have the other side who is on our side that believe Patrick was innocent in this whole thing. You're saying how to be a psychopath, meaning nah, man, she was looking up how to be crazy and this and that so she can get away with it and blame Patrick. Bro, y'all both were wrong. Okay, the court testimony says in her phone, it's can you treat a sociopath? Okay, so if anybody tries to sit there and try to tell you, oh, bro, no, it was what's a sociopath and, how to be a psychopath, bro, that's lies. Fucking lies, okay? Prosecutors say occurred 4 days before the killings. So she looked all that stuff up 4 days before. So I'm January 20th, pretty much, of 2023. So the prosecution views these searches as evidence of planning and consciousness of what she was doing, meaning that since there were active Google searches, she was planning this shit out. In the defense, though, the same broader body of evidence as evidence of severely deteriorating mental state. So they're still saying, nah, bro, she was being crazy and she wanted to look things up. Okay. So now let's get into the voices. Okay. So everybody was saying that she was hearing voices and, oh, that was Patrick's voice and this and that. We talked a little bit about the voices last week, on our episode. So I'm going to do an entire deep dive. And then this is where we're going to kind of bring it into the trial now. Okay, so the voices issue. Patrick did eventually tell investigators / others that Lindsay said that she heard a man's voice telling her to kill the children and herself. But that wasn't something Patrick initially told the police at the crime scene. Why, though? Why would he do that? The evidence currently presented at trial indicates that Lindsay told Patrick about the voices after the killings, and specifically after Patrick had already spoken with the investigators. Meaning when the first responders came and the police came, he told them everything, this and that. They left. Then Lindsay was just like, oh yeah, I heard voices and this and that. So Patrick knew really nothing about these voices. Nobody really knew about these voices. This was kind of something that Lindsay kind of just threw in there. And we'll go over where she got the voices and things like that from. Okay. There's actually been testimony during the current trial about a theory amongst investigators that Lindsay's defense psychologist might have influenced her to say that she heard voices. Meaning that when the defense was meeting with their psychiatrist witness, they were kind of telling her, hey, if you want to play this like psychosis angle, say that she heard voices. Like, you can't really dispute that. Why? Because there is no evidence proving or denying that somebody heard voices. Like, you just can't prove it. And so, or you can't debunk it either. So that's why they say that the defense psychologist may have influenced her. Now, that's not true necessarily. Like, she kind of just suggested. Okay, she suggested, hey, if you're gonna go with this angle, maybe try that. Okay, she didn't say this is what you should do. She mainly just said this is what you can do if this is the angle that you're gonna go at. Okay. But importantly, the officer who testified about that acknowledged that this was investigative theory and not something that he had personally established as fact. So when they found out about the voices, again, like I said, the investigative team looked at the voices and they said, we can't prove nor disprove that the voices theory is real. Like, we can't prove it nor disprove it. So they didn't establish it as fact. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get into kind of the newer developments. The case went into day 14 on August 14th, 2026. So this is like the newest information coming out. Okay, so from that trial has now reached the end of its third week. The prosecution is reporting nearly the end of this case. So they're almost done with this stuff. So here's the biggest developments from the newest case. Okay. The phone search evidence is much more extensive than we had discussed. So remember, we had discussed that she had looked up certain things 4 days before she committed the killings. So the phone evidence also included searches such as how to slit her throat and where is the carotid artery. So what prosecution is saying is that when we looked further into her phone, she wasn't planning to strangle these kids. She was planning to stab them. And she wanted to stab them in arteries that would have them bleed out a lot faster. According to the evidence. Now, obviously, that's, their kind of, I guess you could say, assumption if you want to. That was kind of what they assumed with that evidence. They kind of took the evidence and was like, we can assume that instead of exercise bands, she wanted to stab the kids. Okay. And possibly slit her own throat. So she wanted to stab the kids in the arteries and then slit her own throat. That's important because it gives the prosecution substantially more material for its argument that Lindsay was researching these subjects before January 24th. And we know that she was doing it on the 20th. Okay, while the defense can argue that the searches demonstrate how severely disturbed and frightened she was becoming, Lindsay's private journal entries have now been shown to the jury. Okay, on August 13th, investigators testified about a journal entry from October 25th, 2022, in which Lindsay wrote about feeling depressed and disconnected from her youngest child, Callan, and feeling that she couldn't parent him the way that she had her older children. So she was kind of thinking about offing her kids back in October 25th of 2022. Meaning that this wasn't just she thought about it in the beginning of January, searched up everything on the 20th of January, and then did it on 24th of January. Nah, bro, she's been thinking about this for months. She's been thinking about this for months, bruh. All right. So that is potentially significant because it gives the jury Lindsay's own contemporaneous words months before the killings, rather than later psychiatrists' interpretation of her mental state. Meaning a lot of the psychiatrists that came up and were just like, oh, yeah, well, when we looked at her between January 1 and January 5, well, the fact that she had all this kind of going on far before and we didn't even know and no one said anything about it, that would lead us to believe that honestly she planned this. This was not a thing of like, oh yeah, no, she was just this was a happenstance. Like, nah, she had planned to do this. Okay, so let's get back into the voices thing, okay? So the prosecution has been digging much harder into the voices issue. Remember, we talked about the police when they were investigating the voices angle, when the defense brought the voices angle. You got to remember, in order to submit evidence into a court, 3 people have to agree to that piece of evidence being valid, okay? You need the prosecution to say that it's valid, you need the defense to say that it's valid, and you need the investigator or the lead investigators to agree that that is credible and that can go to trial, all right? So the voices thing, the police said, look, since we can't prove it or deny it, we'll let it go through trial. So they let it go through trial, and that's why the defense has been using this idea of, oh, bro, she heard voices, and that's what led her to do this. Okay, so they digged more into it on this latest trial. Okay, so the prosecution has been digging into much harder into the voices issue. Sergeant Dan Lawyer testified about an investigation theory that Dr. Paul Zessel, the defense psychologist, may have influenced Lindsay's later account that she heard voices. Meaning that when she went to go see this doctor, remember she saw 5 different doctors. So when she went to see Dr. Paul Zessel, I talked this about Michael before we went live. Dr. Paul Zessel asked her, hey, since you're feeling this disconnect with your youngest child, do you ever have thoughts of killing that child? Would it make your life easier if that child was gone? And, she was just like, no, I don't think so. She denied it. And then later on, when she kind of thought about it, she was just like, wait a minute, maybe things would be easier. Maybe life would be easier. She was contemplating it. That was the voice in her head, is what the prosecution is assuming when they say voices in her head. So when they say voices in her head, the prosecution looks at it like, well, the only person that suggested that she kill her kids was Dr. Zessel. He's the only one. So if she was hearing a voice in her head, something that was recollecting, well, he's the only one that would put that in her head. I know sometimes people will tell you some things and then you're like, nah. But then you think about it later on and their voices in your head. That's kind of what they were going at. That's kind of why they think that Dr. Zessel was the one that may have influenced this idea for her to kill her kids. Okay, but there's an extremely important caveat. Lawyer acknowledged that this was a theory discussed by investigators, not something established by investigative evidence. Again, this was one thing where they like, we can't prove nor deny. That's the reason why they say that. There is a testimony about prosecutors getting access to Dr. Zessel's jail visitation records. The judge allowed prosecutors to review visitation logs concerning Lindsay's meetings with Zessel while she was in custody. That's potentially significant because the prosecution is interested in establishing when and how her psychosis/voices account developed. So, they're trying to kind of establish when this idea of voices came and when she was talking with Dr. Zessel to kind of see if this correlates. Because obviously, this is just kind of hearsay at this point. When it comes to the voices stuff, bro, they can't prove it. All right. There is no proof that there was voices in her head. There was no proof that this is just something that the prosecution and the investigators agreed to when the defense brought it to the table and said, hey, we can't prove it or disprove it. So we'll just throw it in there and we'll see what happens. All right. Since then, additional testimony from psychiatric nurse practitioner Rebecca Jolata has filled in more of the picture. She testified that Lindsay reported severe insomnia, anxiety, numbness, suicidal thoughts, medication problems, and significant distress. But Jolata also testified that Lindsay never told her that she had a plan to hurt the children and didn't display psychiatric symptoms during her treatment. So again, that's yet another doctor. And this was her fourth doctor, to where they looked at her, they said, bro, you're not displaying any psychosis or anything like psychiatric symptoms. So this idea of postpartum psychosis, again, is still debunked. Still debunked. Now, this is from the trial on August 13th, 2026. They're still trying to push the postpartum psychosis, bro. It's a lie. It's a lie. This is her fourth psychiatrist. Remember, she saw 5 different doctors. This was her fourth one. And all the psychiatrists are saying, bro, there's nothing that's leading to postpartum psychosis. There just isn't. We looked through it all. She didn't say anything. She didn't have any ideas of this. It's not there. Okay. All right. Okay. So we learned that Lindsay had called the suicide hotline twice, something her psychiatrist didn't even know about. I forgot to put it in there, but even Patrick didn't know that she called suicide hotlines. So that was something that was actually found out on day 1 of the trial by the defense, but the defense didn't bring it out until day 13. Bro. That would have been very pertinent. That would have been great information that we would want to know, right? That she called for a hotline and she did that shit twice. But, it is what it is. Okay. So now we're going to get into her 5th doctor. Okay. This is her 5th doctor. I'm sorry. No, they're going back to Jennifer Tuffets. I'm sorry. I don't think no, she's down here. Rachel Danis is her 5th doctor. So we learned that Lindsay we got that. Dr. Jennifer Tuffets testified that she was surprised to learn that Lindsay had called the suicide hotline twice. Tuffets had not known about these calls when she treated Lindsay. Defense. So this is how the defense kind of are taking the whole hotline thing. Lindsay was seeking considerably more help than her doctors realized, supporting the argument that her condition was deteriorating and the treatment system didn't have the complete picture. Okay. But the prosecution takes this piece of evidence and says Lindsay's actual disclosures to her treating providers didn't match the much more severe condition the defense is now claiming she had. Meaning the defense is like, yo, see, look, bro, she did have psychosis and she was showing symptoms of this stuff. You can't sit here and say that she wasn't. But the prosecution is like, bro, we've gone through 4 doctors now and they've all said that she wasn't showing any symptoms. So just because she called some fucking funky ass hotline don't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit. We're taking testimonies from the doctors. They're not seeing anything. Even when they look at her as a clean slate. You know what I mean? Because all the doctors looked at her as a clean slate. They didn't look at it like, okay, so you saw 3 other providers and they said X, Y, and Z. No, they were looking at her as a clean slate of she came in. They're looking at it like, okay, these problems probably showed up I don't know, a week later or a week before. So they're dealing with this as if it just showed up. And they all didn't see any of that. It's not the way it is. So, but again, I'm just here to give you guys the facts. That's what the defense said, and that's what the prosecution said. So I looked specifically for concrete evidence about Patrick and his current wife. Okay, so we're going to get now into the debunking of his current wife. Okay, a lot of people were saying, oh, he met her that same year. He met her a month later. He met her this and that. Like, miss me with all that bullshit. We have an exact timeline of the events that happened after the killings and everything happened. Okay, so I looked specifically into this, and his current wife, Dr. Rachel Danis, got together. So now, when I said Dr. Rachel Danis, she was actually a doctor that looked at Lindsay. Okay, I don't know if they're gonna bring her into the trial. I don't know that for sure, but the thing is Dr. Rachel Danis was one of the doctors that looked at Lindsay. She just hasn't testified yet. Reasons why, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. So just know that she is a doctor that did look at Lindsay. She just hasn't testified. We don't have any testifying from her or anything like that. Okay, because of online claims ranging from 2 weeks later to a month later or a year later. So that's me pretty much saying that online people are saying that he met his new wife 2 weeks later. He met her a month later. He met her a year later. But nobody's actually giving facts to their claim of he met her so early. So what can we establish from that? The strongest public reported timeline that I can find is January 24th, 2023. Lindsay killed the children and Patrick discovered them. Around May 2023, Patrick moved to Manhattan, roughly 4 months after the killings. The New York Post says this is based on public records. So the reason I know that around May is when Patrick moved there is because he did an interview with the New York Post about the killings earlier that year, okay? He had not met his wife at this time, okay? He had not met her. He just went to Manhattan. New York Post was like, hey, man, we want to cover this story. Can we get your interview? And that is it. That's all that happened. So later that year, then we're going to fast forward to November 2025. Now, this is 2 years later. Okay, this is 2 years later. Patrick and Rachel were publicly photographed together at the New York City Marathon. The post says social media photographs also shows them attending the same Barry's workout class. Now, we can't establish that they were dating at that time. We just knew that they knew of each other at that time. But again, you can't sit there and say that, oh, he met her 2 weeks, man. He met her a month later. He met her a year later, when that at minimum, okay, at minimum, he met his wife in November of 2025, okay, from verified evidence. So let's get to April 2026. Patrick and Rachel married in Central Park. Multiple reports identify April 2026 as their marriage date. And then July 2026, Patrick remarriage became publicly known, and Lindsay's trial and the defense attorney Kevin Reddington mentioned that Patrick had remarried and has a family. Okay, so Kevin Reddington was the one who pretty much pushed out that hasbara of like, oh, bro, look how fast he got remarried. When in reality, bro, it took him 2 years to get remarried, bro. 3 years actually, because they were dating for what we can assume is what, less than a year, from November 2025 to April 2026. That's less than a year, bro. I don't know. Quick math. How many months is that?
Yeah, it's about
five. Okay. So it's like, dude, like, how can you sit there and say like, oh yeah, bro, he remarried so quick? You're like, come on, man. It makes no sense. All right. There's also something interesting about Patrick's own testaments. Own statements. I'm sorry. In 2024, New Yorker interview, Patrick said that he and Lindsay had little contact for roughly the first year after the killings, and then began communicating more frequently. Meaning that even after the killings, he and Lindsay were still talking. They were still talking. Like, they didn't talk about this in the trial. I don't know why. Because my thing is, I'm like, bro, the defense attorney wants to harp so hard on like, oh, bro, he did this and he did X, Y, and Z. But it's like, bro, he was still talking to her even after the killings. What they were talking about, we don't know, because obviously we don't have phone records of that or anything. But, bro, it shows that he was even talking to her. So here's the timeline of how he met his wife. So we have January 2023, children's death. May 2023, Patrick moves to New York City. Then November 2025, Patrick and Rachel are publicly seen together. Then we have April 2026, they get married. And then July 2026, the remarriage publicly discloses in court. All right? And that's the facts, niggas. That's the facts, bro. That is the facts all the way from January 2023 all the way to August 13th, 2026. That's the facts. All right. I debunked a lot of stuff, went over a lot of stuff. Again, you know what I mean? I'm going to clip this and post this on YouTube later today, so that way you guys can have this. And when people want to sit there and give you the Hasbara, you can fucking tell them, hey, shut up. Shut up. You know nothing. All right. But yeah. What do you think about everything, Rig 4?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of did similar research where I wasn't able to watch the full trial, but I had it in the background when the different companies, the different news reporting stations went live. So I was following along as best as I could. So when people kept coming into the comment section, sending comments or sending DMs, sending whatever, saying, you don't know what you're talking about, and the husband did it, Patrick's this, Patrick's that. I just kind of looked at it like a brain-dead monkey trying to speak its facts.
Yeah,
trying
bro.
to make sense of rocket science, because at the end of the day, right, we very clearly saw early on in the trial, in any piece of evidence, any video, any explanation of the case, that Patrick was not a suspect. He was investigated because that's what happens. Mm-hmm. Witnesses get investigated, suspect get investigated, right?
Yeah.
However, you will be named a suspect and incarcerated if you are a suspect.
Yeah.
He was never, nothing of the sort was ever brought to Patrick Clancy at all, right? And that's where for me, I kind of just got tired of fighting the same fight over and over again to the brain dead feminists and the brain dead
exactly.
monkeys that would come into the comment section saying, oh, well, Patrick, he said something. And it's like, motherfucker, he's in the trial. He's a part of the trial. He's a witness. That, like you said, it was in the opening statements that the defense counsel was like, yes, Lindsay Clancy killed her kids.
Yes.
We are just trying to figure out if she should be
if she was psychotic or not.
Yeah, essentially, right? They didn't say that outright. Their claim was, we're going to prove that she can't be criminally held accountable. But it's just one of those things where
I'll pull up the defense's verbatim.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I don't know why people are trying so hard to prove that something that's completely made up, right? And again, this just brings me back to what we always say on the show. People will gaslight themselves into fucking anything, right?
Okay.
And I think it's
Here it is.
I think it's truly just this idea that some people truly need attention or just love the idea of arguing to the point where they will make something up just to argue about. You know what I mean?
And to his point, the exact quote that the defense attorney said is, yes, Lindsay killed them, but she was experiencing postpartum psychosis and therefore wasn't criminally responsible. That came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
That came out of the defense attorney's mouth. So you can't sit there and say that Patrick did it when the defense, her defense, is saying, yes, she killed him.
Yeah.
Come on,
and
bro.
it's just crazy. Again, that there's feminists, there's brain dead feminists, there's brain dead incels out in the internet space trying to defend the idea that Patrick had something to do with this. They're like, well, he wasn't crying in court, or he doesn't seem very upset, or they're trying to psychoanalyze this guy when this is 3 years later and he's already had to come to terms with the death of his 3 kids, right? Again, they held privately the 911 call because it was just so gruesome, he was so distraught in it that they didn't want to do, the judge himself did not want Patrick to be put out into the public like that.
Yeah.
So they allowed for that to be kept private, right? And again, the transcription that was put out there was false. However, they still have interpretations out there from many different people that analyzed it that we can all agree Patrick was fucking distraught during the whole 911 call. Not the whole, excuse me. During the time he found his kids strangled to death in the basement.
So much that this dude dropped the phone and rushed to his kids.
Yes.
He literally dropped the phone, and all these people want to sit there. Oh, bro, yeah, he hit her. He hit her, bro. What the fuck?
First responders, every bit of so police officers, investigators, firefighters, all on scene, witnessing this man seeing his children dead in the basement for the first time, and people are still gonna try to say that he hit her.
That's some crazy.
It's crazy that they would with the same sentence say he hit her, also say that somehow all those first responders did not see him, did not witness that act.
Yeah.
If somehow that was even possible.
And I'm like, bro, you guys are just lying, bro. I swear to God, I get on TikTok and I see it.
Monkeys.
I see it all the time, bro. These women are dumb, bro. I'm like, what are you talking about? And that's why, like I said, I took this whole last week listening to the entire trial. I wrote down everything. I wrote down verbatim statements. I wrote down everything that was pertinent to this case, man. And I watched the whole 15-hour thing. Look, you can sit there and you can Google. You can Google everything that I just said, all right? Everything that I talked about in my breakdown, Google it. It's all there, bro. It's all verifiable fact. It just is what it is, man.
It's just sad.
Yeah.
Personally, I still think that she was calculated. She was cold. She was calculated.
100%.
She killed her kids. She got tired of motherhood. She wanted a way out. It is what it is,
100%,
right?
100%.
I've sent in a couple clips that we're not going to get into because I'm tired of listening about this bitch. But there's a couple clips that psychoanalysts that actually break down Lindsay's body language, Lindsay's behaviors during the trial. Because a lot of people are like, oh, she feels bad for what she couldn't help control during the trial. Her breakdown in the courtroom was absolute bullshit, theatrical bullshit, her cry for attention. She wanted to drum up this big scene so that way she can be more so exposed to the idea of, I had no idea what I was doing. Now that I'm hearing it, reliving it, it's so traumatic for me.
Yeah.
It's just all manipulation. It's all bullshit. She should just be held accountable, and we should move on.
I mean, dude, honestly, look, people are overanalyzing this case far too much.
Yes.
And who cares if she was crying in the court case? Who cares if she was tilted to the left or some shit? It does not matter. What matters are the facts and what we know and what has been said. I don't care. I don't care if you're a fucking nurse. I don't care if you're a fucking psychiatrist or you're a doctor or whatever. I don't give a shit, bruh. I don't care about any of that. What I care about is the facts. What actually happened. What was actually said. I don't give a shit about, Lindsay twitched at this. Who cares, bro? And that's what I mean is people are overanalyzing this case and they're just bringing light to stuff that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Who cares about that? And that's why, like I said, in my breakdown, I went over like the facts, the evidence, and what we know. And I did it starting from the beginning all the way to where we are now. And honestly, there was a lot of information in there that I had never seen anybody say online. And I was just like, wow, people are really not looking at this case properly. They're just looking at what fits their narrative and how they can spin it. And that to me, I just think is ridiculous. So that's why I was like, you know what? Nah, we need to tell the truth. Fuck all these bitches that are talking on TikTok. Oh, well, she said this and she said that, and I'm a survivor, and I don't care, bro. I don't give a shit. I really don't anymore. Like, that breakdown is going to be the most detailed breakdown of this entire case. And I stand by that. I fucking stand by that. And I'm going to keep updating it as this bullshit goes on. But yeah, did you have anything more that you want to talk about with this, or do you want to hop in?
I'm tired of that bitch.
All right, man, we tired of that fucking case. We're gonna get into Nolan Wells. All right, so as of right now, how are you feeling about the Nolan Wells case, Rick?
I mean, it's still the same for me.
Okay.
It's always been, again, I don't like the idea that if my kids go out with your kids, if my kids don't come back, you're you're in trouble, right?
Okay.
Like that's
Yeah.
my idea.
Okay. So I did a little more research. The boys have come out and they're gonna talk about their side of this and everything. So before we get into Nolan Wells, though, I'm going to do the announcements. All right. Fuck you niggas. We doing the announcements. All right. So I got to pay the bills around here. I just did major upgrades to the studio. And so, hey, man, I got to pay the bills one way. So youtube.com/membership. Join the membership, guys. Join the YouTube membership. All right. Definitely get down there. Join the membership, man. Get that exclusive content. You'll be able to get the episodes early, the Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday episode completely early. You guys will be able to get exclusive episodes, behind the scene content by me and your boy over here, all that good stuff. So join the membership, man. Join the YouTube membership. We have 2 tiers. Tier 1 is just getting the exclusive episode every single month like normal, and then we have tier 2, which is all of the episodes. You pretty much are getting everything. You're getting all the episodes early. You're getting the exclusive episodes, behind the scene content, all that stuff. Okay. So definitely jump into the membership. Audio listeners, man, thank you guys so much for all the support. You guys have been absolutely killing it. You guys have been loving our coverage of these cases and all that kind of stuff. I've been getting a lot of DMs from people that are like, man, you guys are mad diversified. Like, like I thought you were really good with, relationships and women, and now you're really good with, law and crime stuff. And I'm just like, hey, baby, we do it all. We do it all, baby. That's what we do, man. We're diversified around here. So, yeah. So thank you guys, audio listeners, for all the support. Keep downloading the episodes, rating us 5 stars, as well as rating us 5 stars, as well as all that. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, as well as subscribing on YouTube. Follow us on X as well as Facebook. Man, I be cooking on X. I don't know if you've been seeing the shit I've been posting on X, but I've been cooking on X. I've been cooking weirdos on X, bro. There's so many I'm telling you, if you want to see like what I see day to day on my TikTok feed, follow me on X, all right? And you'll see what the crazy bullshit that I see day to day on my timeline and shit that gets sent to me, because we don't really get time to go over every video. So a lot of times I'll just post it on X, and then I'll post like my response or whatever to it on there. So again, if you guys want to just like get a little more content of me reacting and stuff, go ahead and follow us on X. All right. And then follow our boy over here, Michael the Asshole, on Instagram and TikTok, man. He's starting to post some more clips, so definitely get over there. Follow him. All the links are going to be down in the description. All the links will be down in the description. Obviously, Instagram and TikTok, you guys will have to go through the link tree and all that kind of stuff, but it's all there, man. It's all there. All right? So let's get on into Nolan Wells. Okay, so these first 2 clips I'm going to play is going to kind of be new information about the timeline, okay? So we're going to go over new information on the timeline, and then on the 3rd video is going to be just kind of them talking about that day, okay? So they're going to kind of go through the day Nolan disappeared, and they're going to talk about it from when they woke up to when that night hit and when they went home, Nolan's family coming to their house, all that stuff. Okay, so we're going to get into this clip, and then I'll play the first like 3 clips, because I think I have 3 clips here. Yes, right? Or is it 4 clips? Damn, I might have like 4 clips. I think it's like 4 clips, but I have some clips. We'll talk about the clips, and then we'll play the hour-long video of them talking about the day, okay? All right, so here's our first one. Get this up here. All right, here we go.
Morgan, Warren, and Jax left the island at about 4:30 p.m. That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact. They were gone. And at that time, Nolan Wells was still alive. Now, I'm not going to name them out of respect for their privacy, but just as one example, there are 2 very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island, they were gone, departed, Nolan Wells was alive. And these 2 witnesses, 2 very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community, They saw Nolan, and they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake.
Okay, so that's going to be the first clip, okay? And so he pretty much stated that that they left early, and then that Nolan was seen alive 10 minutes till 6, okay? So then we're going to get into this next clip. All right.
What do you guys think about that audio?
Well, I can go ahead and say that as you posted that clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water, Wyatt's on the phone with Cito in that clip. I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why?
Okay. So they showed a video. That was when Cito arrived. So remember when we went over the call and they were like, he was on the phone with them. So from that boat, that is when Cito arrived. Now, who he's on the phone with, he's on the phone with the United States Coast Guard. Okay, with the next clip, we'll show that that he was on the phone with the United States Coast Guard at that time while Cito was there. This was when the boat was sinking. Okay, that was when the boat was sinking. All right, so we're going to get into the next clip. Come on. All right.
Murdered your best friend on an island. The dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard. To call a federal law enforcement agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go out and check out this island and look for Nolan Wells? Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts.
All right, short clip. So after seeing these 3 clips, what is your takeaway from this? From these 3 clips? Like, what do you think? Because, I mean, obviously we saw the video. He wasn't on the boat from that video. The video that we're going to go over here, it's going to we're going to go into detail a little more, but I want to talk about it first, obviously.
Honestly, I'd have to know more.
Okay.
It kind of irritates me because I don't like when people use very intentional language, such as very credible witnesses, or out of respect for the witnesses, I'm going to leave them out of this.
Okay.
Because in my mind, right, that's not a fact, but in my mind, a person that's very on the side of this is the truth is not going to leave out details leave out details so that way they can be cross-referenced, and 2, they're not going to placate or I don't want to use the word manipulate, but that's what's coming to mind. Manipulate the impression that they're trying to give with their statement with buzzwords, right? That's something that I truly, in my own mind, just don't like. I have a lot of distaste for it, and so that's what this kind of looks like to me. Is this interview is looked as like, hey, we're going to get on here and talk about, you know, your side of the story, but we're going to frame it in a way that says you're very innocent. This is not something that you had any involvement with, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Now, if the facts are true, the facts are true, right? If Nolan was spotted alive after they're clear and gone, fine, right? You couldn't see if Nolan was on the boat. They make a compelling point of like, hey, don't you think if there was a dead body here on the boat, we would be crowded around it, whatever, yada, yada. Yes. 100%, right? Mm-hmm. So, again, just from what I'm gathering from this, it could be made, there could be a compelling argument made to where, hey, these boys are innocent. What I don't like is the air that's around it, right? And granted, that doesn't mean anything per se, because just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's any less true. But the idea for me is that these are just my thoughts on it, right? The air around it is still very, in a sense, pretentious of like, you guys are fucking stupid, dude. We're such outstanding gentlemen. We had nothing to do with this. You guys should just believe us. It's absurd that we could be connected to this idea that he's dead. And it's like, in my mind, that's not what a truthful person does. That's not what an honest person does. So those are just my thoughts on it. I would like to see more on what actually is facts, right? Not these fucking thrown around adjectives to try to create some type of air of innocence.
Okay. I mean, when I watched it, it definitely changed my timeline, because obviously, you know, I stated it in multiple episodes, my sort of timeline and what I thought happened and stuff like that. And for me, I'm just like, I'm in two camps. Okay. I'm in one camp where I think like, okay, you know, this was a situation where these boys could be telling 100% the truth. They could be, you know. But then there's the other camp where it's like, they could be low-key lying. You don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't know. And so I'm kind of coming at it in a situation where it's like, I do want to see all the evidence. I do want to see everything coming out first, you know, before I kind of like say this is fact, you know. But I do not want to be blind to every piece of evidence, though. Even if it's evidence I don't agree with, I will still want to look at it. I still will want to say, you know what, this is credible. Just so that way, because like I get it, I agree with you. Like when I was hearing him, I'm like, bro, this dude, he's glazing the shit out of these kids. You know what I mean? Let's be real. Like he's glazing the fuck out of them, and it's weird and this and that. I would agree, but again, it doesn't change the fact that this could be possible. Yeah, this could, you know. So we're gonna play this video. It's about an hour long. If you want to stop the video at any time, let me know, and we'll stop and we can discuss it too. But what this video is going to talk about, though, is it's going to be pretty much the boys discussing what happened that day. Okay, it's going to discuss from, you know, when they woke up all the way till the end of the day when, you know, they're out looking for Nolan and so on and so forth. So, and then we'll talk about it. All right, this is going to be a long episode, guys. So like, buckle the fuck in.
Yeah, you guys are in for a good one for sure.
Yeah, man. All right, so here we go.
And so people, well, there was a conversation that we had, Warren, last time about you not going or ever being at his house, and people took that as if you weren't his friend. Can you guys describe what engagement did you have with Nolan at his house, with his parents, him with your parents? Like, how did all that circulate?
Okay, well, like Jack said, like he used to pick up Nolan every day. I used to pick up Nolan every day. My buddy Wyatt used to pick up Nolan. Like literally would pick. We didn't make Nolan drive anywhere.
That's how much we loved him, bro.
Like,
we just always wanted to be there.
Like that's how much. Like everybody knows this too. Like Nolan didn't drive. Like especially at least in our friend group, because Nolan, we always picked Nolan up, regardless of where it was. Like. Literally on July 3rd, Nolan rode with me and like rode with me to Wyatt's because we had to get parts for a boat. But anyway, just for, you know, it's crazy that like, I think it's kind of sad that like people, I have some friends of mine that I'm very, very close with, and I just don't know their parents. You know, we're grown men. You don't have to know someone's parents to be close with them. And for if someone's like, for, you know, them to come out and be like, oh, well, y'all aren't friends with somebody. Well, how are you going to tell me like my relationship with somebody else? You know, it's crazy. Like they've said this all about us, like, oh, we're fake friends. Well, that's really horrible to say, because if you go look on every social media post on Nolan's Instagram or Facebook or anything else, the only people in it are us and his football guys. Like that's just so real. Every time Nolan's in Starkville, he's with us. Every time Nolan's anywhere, not even just Starkville, but anywhere.
Oh yeah, we went on countless vacations
and prom, homecoming, everything. Nolan's with us because we were his friends. It's not that hard to understand. I mean, I don't have to prove this to anybody, but that's the truth. I don't have to prove my friendship, and these guys feel the same way. We don't have to prove our friendship with Nolan, but I know it's right.
Yeah. So was Nolan around your family then?
Nolan was always around our houses. I mean, I can even say this: Nolan and Wyatt's dad
had a secret friendship that we weren't even in.
Yeah, they were like best friends.
We would go over to Wyatt's house, and Nolan, we would all be in the backyard, whatever, doing something, and Nolan would be inside on the couch with Wyatt's dad, and they would just be cutting it up all night.
Yeah, watching
night.
movies together. Like Scarface was their favorite movie.
Yeah.
They'd watch Scarface
All the time.
But it really shows you like the effect like all this has had on everybody, not including just our friend group, but like our friends' parents and my parents. Like our friends were really and families were really close with Nolan, and I mean this has been a horrible tragedy, not just for us but for our families and friends too. My mom knew Nolan because she used to drive us from Waffle House to school once a week. My stepdad knew Nolan because he used to drive us. My dad, everybody, like,
and he would always come to the house too all the time.
And not just that, but like I'm talking about like from a young age, like from 8th grade. But Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses, and for his parents to come out and say, "Oh, well, we don't know these boys." Well, then does that mean you don't know where your kid's staying at night? Because he was staying at our houses. So.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button.
Don't
also
do it.
join our membership program.
Don't
get back to the
do
interview. Let's take me
Subscribe
to
to our
that day
membership.
On the 4th. Based on what I know from the interview we had and some of the things that Nolan had spent the night and then at your house, and then you guys got up, you went out. Was this the first time you guys went to Horn Island, or you guys used to do this every year? Or?
So we've probably been to Horn Island this year alone 3 times with Nolan. And then the previous year, we went to Horn Island. Nolan was with us out there then. And every time we go out to Horn Island, usually Nolan's with us. And every single year for the 4th of July when we go out there, Nolan's with us. I mean, this is a tradition. I mean, everybody waits all year for Horn Island, 4th of July. Like, that is the place to be. That is a party all day, and it is literally right up all of our alleys. Like, that's what we want to do all day. Like, that's the funnest day of the year. And, yeah.
I mean, Nolan was with us 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July at Horn Island.
Yeah.
With no one out there. If we had any intention to hurt Nolan at the island, why would we do it on the 4th of July with thousands of people out there? I mean, it's pretty clear. We literally all went out there for my buddy's birthday, and Nolan was with a whole group of people like we were with on the 4th. So, I mean, that's
Yeah, and it was on like a Wednesday.
it's not like
Nobody
this is
was out
it's
there,
not like
yeah.
this is just like a random like occasion. No,
We've
we
got
do
that
this all the time.
yeah.
And not even just Horn Island, but Nolan's on the boat with us all the time. We all go on the boat. We all do things together like this. So
I want to get to some pointed questions about the phone situation, because I think last time, Warren, when you and I talked or spoke, you weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. So I want to figure this out. Explain to me, because a lot of people are still online saying that they find it to be incredibly suspicious that Nolan left his phone. Can you explain, did Nolan ask you for his phone back when you guys were leaving? Was it not a part of the conversation? Was Nolan the only person that left his phone on the boat? Can you guys walk me through that idea?
So I can go ahead first and say, nobody has their phone in the water. Even when you jump in a pool, do you have your phone? Like, no, you don't. You're not going to bring your electronic in the water. So what everybody does is they stick their phones on the dash of the boat and they forget about it because you don't have good service. You can't even send a picture through from Horn Island to like somebody else. And so they put it on the phone. And even as teenagers, we don't really get on them. And we go out there and we conversate and we see a bunch of people that we usually don't see on a day-to-day basis, that we graduated high school with, guys that graduated before us. You know, it's a big meeting, like seeing all your friends that you haven't seen in a while. And so whenever we were coming back in, he didn't even think about grabbing his phone. He never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick him up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Yeah, Javon is one of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours. Like, not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school.
Mind you guys, it wasn't just like Nolan and these 3 boys that all went on there. This was a whole like class thing. Like everybody in their like senior year class that they knew went on this trip. So Nolan didn't just know them. Nolan actually knew other people as well. There were like other people, because I think there was like 3 boats in total, and Nolan just went with them on their boat, and then there was 2 other boats of a bunch of their friends. So they'll talk about it, but they don't really like clarify it that much. But yeah, this was a whole big thing. Like, we had assumed that it was just Nolan and these 3 guys, and they just went to Horn Island celebrating. But in reality, it was actually them and a bunch of other friends. So I wanted to make sure to clear that up. That way, you guys, understood why they're talking about Javon and these other people.
Cool, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends, Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone, and we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You had already left, Morgan, right? You had already left on a boat. So there's 3 boats. You had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last 2 boats was Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat, and those are the 2 boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out. So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with Nolan? Because Nolan obviously had come in on Wyatt's boat. You guys are all getting ready to leave. So what was the communication like with Nolan?
So actually, Wyatt was saying, told Nolan, because Nolan's with this girl at this point. They're together. Wyatt looked at Nolan. He was like, dude, come on. Boat's taking on water. We got to go. Like, right now. And Nolan didn't want to go. He said he wanted to stay with the girl. And Wyatt started yelling at him. He's like, Nolan, get on the boat now. And Nolan was like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving right now. And Nolan said he had another ride back, and we had no more time to waste. We got to get the boat out of there before it goes under.
And it was that, and when Nolan said that, like, was there an issue that you believe that Nolan would be able to get back, or were you concerned?
So what I can say is, I've been out countless times on one boat to Horn Island and came back on another. I've done it before where I went out on one boat and my friends left, and I just know so many people out there. I didn't even think about, do I have a ride already set up? I just know so many people out there that I'm like, okay, there's 100% sure I can find a ride back, and which I have before, And it's one of those things where it's at Horn Island, you don't even have to know somebody to ask for a ride back in. They're going to bring you in. It's not like, oh, are they going to bring me in or are they not? Should I ask? No. If you ask anybody out there, 100%, they'll bring you back
Southern
in.
hospitality.
Yeah,
The in South Mississippi.
I mean, we had somebody.
The boating community is so tight knit. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. If someone sees you struggling on the island, no matter the case, they will come and help you. They will do anything in their power to help you and bring you back to the mainland.
I'll put another example out there. We know another kid who was pretty intoxicated out there, and he couldn't find his boat. And he asked somebody random that he didn't even know if he could catch a ride back with them. And they were like, yeah, got him on the boat, called his parents, told them the situation was going on, and then took him back on inshore.
And that happened this time, or is
4th of July?
This
4th of July.
This current 4th.
So you guys you leave. Nolan is there. I'm based on what you're telling me, I'm perceiving that you guys are accepting that Nolan's going to get a ride back somewhere else. Y'all taking on water. Explain to the audience, what is this sinking boat thing like? Because I think that people are in good faith, the ones who are acting in good faith are genuinely curious of are you sinking? Do you think you're gonna sink? Because you hear Wyatt on the phone and he's like, we're sinking, we're going down. Mm-hmm. And obviously you never went down. So can you explain what he was saying about going down? Was there a little bit of water? Was he just panicking more than normal, or what was that? And I want you to explain too, what happened to the boat? How did you recover the boat, and how did you get back to the mainland?
So I'm gonna go ahead and first off explain a boat. So a bilge pump is in the bilge. The bilge is underneath the deck where you stand in the very bottom of the boat. And there's a space in there where you have all your electronics, your batteries, everything that controls everything throughout the whole boat. So the first thing that fills up on a boat when it starts to sink is the bilge. And it goes in the bilge and it starts filling up. Well, then the bilge pump kicks on, senses the water automatically, and starts pumping it out. In this situation, the bilge pump had a malfunction. It didn't kick on, and it got all the way to the very top of the bilge, which is the floor level. And then we started to see the boat actually sag down in the water, and we're like, okay, what's going on? So there's a cap in the back of the boat that you can unscrew and look inside the bilge. When we unscrewed it, there's so much water in the boat, it started overflowing onto the deck. And so at this point, we're like, okay, this boat's going down. It's going down quick. We don't know where the water's coming in from. We don't know what's going on, and we just go into full-on like panic mode. Get this thing out of here now. So we hook up the boats.
No, call Cito.
Okay.
Let's get to that part. Because you call Cito first?
No,
or you had the boats hooked up first?
We had the boats hooked up first.
Yeah. Okay.
So we hook up the boats and we start towing them out. And he's on the phone with Cito. Because, hold on, let me go back a second. The electronics completely glitched out. Nothing is working on the boat. There's so much water in there, nothing is working.
The batteries are also...
The batteries are completely underwater. Like they're yeah. Everything's fried, basically. So we have it connected, kind of towing them out. And he's on the phone with Cito, and he's trying to get them on the phone. And as he stated in the moment, he's like, Cito's just asking all these dumb questions. I can't like figure out what's going on. And so finally hangs up. And after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on the motor, trimmed it down, and some electronics started to come back on. And they got the boat to crank over, and they're like, all right, untie us, because if you can get a boat on plane, the suction of the water going underneath it will actually pull all the water out of the bilge if you have the plug out. So like say you have the plug out and it's sitting, the boat will sink. If you have the plug out and you're running, all the water will rush out the back of the boat.
When you say on plane, you mean like it has to be going fast enough to be up on top of the water?
Yep.
Or
so
like
on
that?
plane is you're up, you're running, you're out of the water basically. There's
your bows on plane.
Yeah, so you're up out of the water
Yes.
running.
Yep.
So where are you guys at when this happens? As far as from Horn Island to the mainland, where are you guys at in between there?
So we're probably a mile and a half off of Horn, I'd say, a mile off Horn.
From the start where the Cito call was, we were probably about a quarter mile off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the Cito call, and it's that video of the boat panning, of the video of the boat getting panned, and you'd see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even a quarter of a mile away to sea, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah. So we
were about a quarter mile out.
So we were about a quarter mile out, whatever. So they pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because of the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You start from there.
Yeah. So after we planed off, Wyatt kept the boat pinned the whole way in. We ran into the mouth of Fort Bayou, where we came from originally, and we turned into Fort Bayou, went in the channel, ran probably 500, 600 yards into Fort Bayou. Wyatt had jumped out of the boat, put the plug back in the boat so access water. So water didn't keep pushing and filling the boat up. So then we turned around, and Wyatt brought the boat to the dock, and that's when I had gotten out and got back in the car. And I didn't even drive. A buddy of mine drove me, and we went back to Jax's house. Okay,
so I just want to make this very clear and abundantly clear for the audience. Are you saying that the video that I posted, which is like a 3-second loop, now I have a lot more of the video, but to not expose people that have nothing to do with this, I only posted the smaller part, the 3-second part. Are you saying during that time, a portion of that, Wyatt was on the phone with Cito, so a portion of that is the Cito call, and that Nolan is not on that boat?
Correct.
And that video that's out there is a representation of who was on the boat during that Cito call.
Correct.
So I want to jump back to something real quick, because I was on the island and the reception was bad. I left my phone on the boat when I got out and went in the water. But people are saying online that how can you make a Cito call if the reception is so bad on the island? Because before you said the reception wasn't really good enough to even send a picture message to somebody else. So how is this call being made if the reception is not as good?
I mean, if you listen to the call back, I mean, there's areas in the call where it's splotchy. It's not direct. Like, it's not like you're sitting from me to you talking to the person on the phone. I mean, you're obviously out on the water. I mean, you can hear it in the Cito call.
And so when it comes to the reception, because I didn't look at my phone one time on the way out to Horn Island. I mean, it was a beautiful ride.
Of course, because you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking. I'm looking at how beautiful this water is.
Right.
We were having fun on the boat. We were playing music, some of Nolan's favorite songs.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking about my phone. So I wasn't checking reception. Now, is the reception recover at some point between Horn and the mainland? Or is it terrible reception while you're over the water until you get to the mainland?
I mean, there's really
as soon as you get off the island coming in shore,
but there's really like no
again.
definite way to tell where the reception comes in, because I mean it's all satellite. I mean, it's different I've gotten service 80 miles offshore, like off of a satellite coming to a oil rig. And I connected to it from the rig. But like,
it just depends.
I could go to Horn Island and not have any service. I could go there and have service. I mean, I think it's truly different, like every time.
So is it fair to say the service on Horn Island is super spotty?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was just almost by chance, in part, that the call was successful to call Cito. Okay.
Yeah. Partly, yeah.
And I want to get to that picture, because I think a lot of people are confused about the picture. You guys cleared this up for me last time I came, but I want the world to kind of hear this, because I don't think I addressed it last time me and you, Warren, was on the interview. People are saying, and this is how the picture went viral, that the people pictured in the photo were the ones that went on a boat with Nolan and came back. Can you explain that? Because I don't think everybody that was in that picture even went to Horn Island on the same boat as Nolan.
So I can say, whenever we all got out there,
Hold on, before you get there, because I think this will address another issue that people have of saying, well, why are they taking pictures if the reception is bad? Can you point out where this picture took place? What is going on with this infamous picture now?
Yep. So whenever we got there, like I said, I wasn't even on the same boat as Nolan. We pull our boat in. Nolan, their boat pulls in or whatever. I get out in the water. I walk over to Nolan's boat, and I'm talking to Nolan for a little bit, whatever. And I put my phone up on the dash. Nolan puts his up there. As Nolan's putting his phone on the dash, he sees an actual little camera that one of the girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We gotta take a picture." Just like that. And in my mind, I'm like, heck yeah, like let's take this picture. So that's where you got me and Nolan and one picture. And then as we're taking that picture, Morgan and another buddy of ours come up and they're like, all right, like let's take a picture all together of us on the front of the boat. We're like, all right, yeah, let's do that. So we got on the front of the boat, and that's where that picture is taken.
So that was it taken from a phone or
no, like an actual little camera.
Okay. And was it
taken
taken from where you docked at, or was it taken out there at Horn Island?
It was taken out at Horn Island.
Okay. So, but wasn't on the phone?
No.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading onto social media?
I mean, you could.
Not
This
really,
thing,
though.
You could be.
Realistically, you could.
You could if you want to sit.
could.
If you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, 'cause she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at and it never sent until I got inshore because I had no service.
Would it shock you, because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online, she was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really going to have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured, because when you go to send it, it's just going to have an error.
And most guys, when they're out on the island all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not gonna say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite figure that out.
I said black.
Yeah, I think we said
Because
black.
I really did. He was wearing navy blue shorts.
Yeah, it was like dark blue shorts.
Dark, and I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture, she was like, okay, well, I just took this picture of today. This is what color swim trunks he was wearing. And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen him, whatever, this is what he was wearing. And so that's what we sent to her, or that's what she sent to her, because we were just trying to help. You know, we weren't trying to cover up anything. We want to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy. We want to know worse than everybody else does. And so that's how that picture came about.
And I want to get to the phone situation of Miss Christine, or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone, if you did?
Okay, so first we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and if Morgan has something to say. But I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call and anything to do with Nolan Wells was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone. And she knew that I told her, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have Nolan's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys. So I wanted to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No. The
Okay.
keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too. Because if I don't
It's
have
just
my,
one more thing to
if I
think
don't-
about on the
yeah,
boat.
if I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat? You know. So I mean, there's just no point of bringing it because if I lose them, then just more stuff to bring that I don't
Yeah.
bring. So
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, you know, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys, and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, "Where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him?" And then he was like, "So where are y'all at?" And I told him, I said, "We're at Jax's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know. where that went.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
Hold on, before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just
Yeah, most
just trying to
definitely.
find?
Most
It was
definitely.
confrontational
Yeah,
already.
wouldn't y'all agree?
Yeah,
He
he
was
was like-
110%.
He was very-
confrontational.
And when did this
Hostile.
happen? Was
Yeah, he
this
was really
was this on the night of the
hostile.
4th or the next
this
day?
was the
Night
night
of
when
the
they.
4th.
This was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
he was
So you had already spoke to Christine,
correct.
and then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. When I was like, "Oh, let me talk to him," because I knew the guy, and I was just like, "Hey, like," he was like, "Where y'all at? Where y'all at?" I was like, "We're at Jackson's house." You know, it's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then
Okay, so they pull up to my house, and at this point I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is, and I kind of like isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just lose it, kind of basically for a few hours. And they just walk into my house, you know, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there, and there's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, "Where is your boat? Where is the boat at?"
demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that, as long as another friend of theirs, and he's asking me like, "Where are the keys at?" I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night at my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father, or his stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple. It didn't even take 30 seconds.
No trouble.
No trouble at all. So
this narrative that they're pushing that there was any argument over the phone or the keys is completely false. Like, let's get that clear.
yeah.
Okay.
So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
I mean, I knew some of them
full
I
of
went to high
people.
school with, and then some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like,
Jumping to conclusion.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched White's boat.
Like
we
we
were
were
hiding them in there or
hiding
something.
Nolan in his boat or something. Like, what is wrong with
Yeah,
him? Like,
100%.
We
have nothing-
called law enforcement. I was with Wyatt at the time. After we left Jax's house that night, I was with Wyatt, and one person we were with saw that their location was headed towards Wyatt's house. And so Wyatt got on the phone with 911 and was like, "Hey, these people are on the way to my house, or already at my house. My mom and my dad are there alone, and they know nothing about this." But Wyatt's mom actually, when they were looking at the boat, they were actually walking from the boat, and she came out and started talking to them at that point.
But
did the police get involved in some degree here? Or-
yes, that's what I'm about to get into. So whenever they were at my house hanging out, just I guess hanging out in my front yard, finally they wouldn't leave, and one of the people there came up and started banging on the door again for whatever reason, I don't know. My brother actually had to call the cops, and I think they came around 2:00 in the morning and removed them from our property. And after that, we really haven't spoken to them since. But yeah, we had to call the cops and make them leave.
The cops came, you told them to leave, and then is there anything else that you addressed with the cops while they were there?
Yeah, so the cops were asking me why these people are at my house in the first place, and I told them straight up, we don't know where our friend is at. I don't know where my best friend's at. These people don't know where their friend's at. We're trying to figure it out, and they're basically assuming that we did something to our friend, which we didn't. And he said okay, just taking notes, and then remove them from there.
Do you think that this had anything to do with race at this point? Meaning that they approached you
point-
because of race, or they approached you because you were the last people with Nolan?
So
I
at this
think
point,
that would-
at this point, they just want answers. I don't think this was about race at this point. They're mad and furious, and they don't know what's going on.
But I also want to get this straight. Like, I know some of these people, and these people are like good people.
Yeah.
And I went to high school with these guys. Like, they know me, and I know them, and they know my friends, and they know them. This wasn't about race. They just knew for a fact that Nolan went on the boat with us. And they were worked up, and that's okay. And they were mad, but that wasn't handling things. That wasn't trying to help. You getting mad isn't helping anything. But instead of solving the problem and trying to figure out, hey, where is Nolan? They were just getting pissed off and not handling things the right way. And I mean, that's what happened.
You guys said you ended up going and looking for Nolan the next morning, but you said you were thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out. I mean, I was right there.
So you guys go the next morning, you look for Nolan. Can you explain how did that happen? Who was looking for Nolan? Who was on the boat? Was it multiple boats? Was
Multiple
it one
boats.
boat? Okay, can you explain that? Who was, out of this group, who was on what boat, or who was on a boat or not, going out and looking for Nolan?
So, me, Wyatt, and Trayson got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and we rode out to the islands, and we were met by a DMR. There was 7 DMR boats already out there, DMR and park rangers. We talked to them. We gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. And then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all in the water.
I took my boat out with Jax and a couple friends of mine, and then my mom and my stepdad. And
They were out there too with you?
correct. And I just met Morgan and Wyatt and Trayson and his girlfriend out there. And we actually, like, when I rolled up, I parked up next to Morgan and everybody who was with him, and I was like, well, y'all can run around, or like, we all planned this out. Like, Morgan was going to run around the south side while we covered the north side, and we were just going to try to cover as much ground as possible. But I mean, there were so many DMR boats and helicopters and drones and everything else out there. I don't really know what an 18 and a 25-foot bay boat is really going to do. So, I mean, we sat out there. We went for a couple hours and we looked around and we searched, but we also don't fit the requirement that DMR has and the tools that DMR and United Cajun Navy and all these departments have to look for somebody. Like, I mean, we didn't put that much of a help out, but yes, of course, we went out there and looked for a friend. That's not a question.
Who else in the friend group was out there? Did you see Nolan's family? Did you see some of the other kids that showed up at your house? You see anybody else out there?
We did see
A couple other.
we met up with a coach that was previously Nolan's high school coach. We met up with him. They said that they had previously already been on the island. They walked a good bit down the island both ways, and they were just driving around the island like we were doing. And we eventually got off the island. We got on this rip current. It was going west out towards like Ship Island, and then back towards Biloxi. And we drove that for a couple miles. People were also looking on that too. There was multiple boats out there not associated with DMR with binoculars. There was people fishing the rip, and we asked them, like, they rode it all the way from Ocean Springs all the way out to Horn Island, and we were like, did you see anything, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, if a person is floating in the water, treading water, they are going to be most likely in the rip. And that all comes into play with the washing machine. I mean, you got Horn
Explain
Island,
the washing machine for me.
Horn Island and Ship Island, I mean, they come like this, and then there's no island right here, so it just tons of water flows through, the tide goes out.
Through.
I mean, sometimes it gets pretty gnarly in there, and it creates this big old pool, basically.
Yeah.
And I mean, if someone was floating, treading water out in the water, that's where they would be. They could be hung up. They could grab onto a log and float with a piece of driftwood or something, or they could find a channel marker or buoy and grab onto that. So, I mean, there was just main keys that you search for, like when you're trying to search for a missing person that has to do with water. And I mean, it's either the island, the buoys, or the rip. And then after that, there's not really anything else you can do, seriously.
And when did you guys communicate with law enforcement? Because the internet, I think, has this false information that you guys never contacted authorities, and that Warren actually talked to me, or you guys talked to me first before you engaged. So when did you guys actually talk to law enforcement and give your statements to them?
So as soon as we got off the water from searching for Nolan,
Which is on the day of the 5th?
yeah, the 5th. As soon as we got off the water, I got a phone call. And I believe he got a phone call too.
Yeah, I
And
got a phone call while we were out
you
there.
I got a
phone
phone
call
call
too.
as well.
So basically what it was saying was, hey, take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions, and then they had a date for us to come in for actual questioning.
Okay.
And mine was the 6th, or was like the next day or something like that, you know. I think theirs was too.
I believe
No,
mine was the 7th, I would like to say, but not for sure. But
Mine was around
regardless, like,
Warren's
we all
time.
cooperated fully. It's not like we had something.
Yeah,
like,
full
we were trying to
cooperation from the start,
hide. Yeah,
really.
100%.
And how deep did they go in this interview with you guys?
Oh, they asked.
All the way. I mean, they
All the way
asked.
out.
I mean,
How long was the interview? Like, was it a
An
long,
hour,
lengthy
an
interview?
hour.
Hour and a
Yeah.
half. I dotted every I, crossed every T.
Yeah.
I told my friends, like, listen, go in there and like say every detail, of, like, even what you, like ate for breakfast that morning. It doesn't matter everything you have, because like anything could help. You literally never know. And like it's what we all did. Like we all cooperated. We all wanted to help. We all did everything that we could to help. Regarding this situation, it's not like we just like
I could say
blindsided this.
I could say personally, I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started
whenever I got off work on Friday.
I started my story from last 5th of July. Like, she was like, all right, take me back to day one. And I was like, all right, I mean, we've been talking about this since the 5th of July last year. Like what we're going to do, like how we're going to make this better, how are we going to make this funner. Like,
as far as the investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators?
Yes, we gave our phones over freewillingly. It was our choice just to give our phones over, let them look through them, whatever they wanted to do, and got them back.
Because we have nothing to hide. We wanted to be fully transparent with, the sheriff's department, everybody else including the FBI, and anything to do with justice. We wanted to help out, and that's what we did. We gave our phones up, and like Jack stated, we literally have nothing to hide.
Yeah,
so.
And everybody gave their phones up.
Correct.
Yep.
To be forensically evaluated by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so while on the topic of phones, did you guys have any access to Nolan's phone? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? What's your thoughts on Miss Christine saying things may have been deleted?
My thought is that's a blatant lie. I know for a fact that this is the thing. We have no reason to get on Nolan's phone. I have no reason to get on any of my friends' phones. If I had a reason to get on Nolan's phone, I wouldn't be able to get on it because I don't know Nolan's password. I don't know any of my friends' passwords. If I handed Jax my phone right now, he wouldn't be able to get on my phone. I have nothing.
I'd have him permanently locked out of that thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to get on Nolan's phone to delete anything. But in the first place, we have nothing to delete on Nolan's phone. Like, I don't know what because Nolan didn't take Snapchats that day. That means things were deleted.
he was just living in the moment.
We were just living in the moment, like every guy on the planet Earth does. I mean, like I'm not sitting here filming my whole day, and I get Nolan. Yeah, took a lot of pictures, but just because Nolan didn't take any pictures from July 3rd to July 4th doesn't mean we deleted something. No, Nolan just didn't take any pictures, and that's perfectly fine. I have one video in my camera roll saved from the 4th of July. So
last question, is there anything you guys want to say to the audience?
Okay. Well, that's pretty much majority of the video. So their timeline is pretty much that they went out, they stayed the night. So Nolan and all the boys stayed the night at I think it was Jax's house. Then they left in the morning. They went out there. Then they noticed that the boat was sinking, or something was wrong with the boat, and so then they were like, "Hey, yo, we gotta go. We gotta get the fuck up out of here." They told Nolan, "Hey, bro, let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here." Nolan was like, "Nah, bro, I'm gonna stay with the coochie. Like, I want to stay on the island." So then they were like, all right, bro, fuck it. Stay on the island. Why? Because they looked at it like everybody that's on Horn Island can usually find a way home, okay? According to what he said. So then, they get a quarter mile out. Now, a quarter mile out, I mean, you can see that very vividly from the beach. That's not very far out. They call the Cito. Cito gets there, and then once Cito gets there, then they're calling the Coast Guard and whatnot. That's where that little video came from that we showed earlier. And then at that point, they go ahead and get the engines going, and they're able to get the boat on there. They get back, and then I'm assuming this is probably 2 hours ish later. If we are to believe that Nolan was seen 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. Okay, if we believe that Nolan was seen 10 minutes before 6 o'clock alive, then that means that would have put them 2 hours later at Jax's house. They're there, and then an undisclosed amount of time goes by, and then they're asking, hey, where's Nolan? What's going on? Where is he at? We don't know what's going on. And they're freaking out too. Nolan's people, I guess these 15 amount of people show up, and then once they show up, it's like they're like, where's the keys? Where's his phone? His phone says it's here. Warren was the one, obviously in the salmon shirt. He's the one that called his mom. That was where that phone call came from, when they said that he had called the mom and said, hey, Nolan stayed on the island. If you remember that phone call, they had said that in the beginning of this case. Yeah. Okay. So that's what he's referencing there, is that he called and said, hey, he stayed on the island. She's like, oh, but his GPS says that he's with you guys. And he's like, no, that's just his phone. He just left his phone with us. He's still on the island. So that's kind of where that comes from. But yeah. And then I guess, a day later, so the next day, they go out and they help the police, search for Nolan. And I think at that point they don't find him. Then they turn over their phones and then they do an interview with the police. And then later on is when Nolan's body washes up and they tend to find him. So that timeline that they just gave, what do you think about it?
I mean, makes sense to me, especially with my experience in like the Marine Corps and not necessarily partying, but when you're out on endeavors, it is... To me, it makes sense as far as like them showing up together, and especially in my experience with the Marine Corps, someone always ends up lost. You don't know if they made it. You find out the next day they did make it. But typically, the driver of like that party usually checks in on each individual, right? But the timeline all makes sense.
Yeah.
I can definitely see the Nolan's mom confusing certain things, because, I mean, it's not uncommon for an old head to be technologically ill savvy and be like, there's shit deleted, and it's like, you don't even fucking know. You know what I mean?
He just didn't post anything.
Or fucking, the GPS says he's with you. It's like, well, that doesn't mean he's physically with me. It means his phone is here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and then that sort of stuff plays into like all the like cheaters and shit out there that turn off their location or leave air tags with people or whatever, right? So the idea there is like everything really checks out. Nothing really seems out of place, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, when I heard it and I finally got to hear the boys talk about this and give their side of the story, I'm like, yeah, this seems like that it could happen. It seems like they were literally in a situation where they looked at it like, bro, hey, we went out, we wanted to have fun, we've done this numerous amounts of times, you know what I mean?
When was that interview conducted?
This was done on Wednesday. Yeah, so this is the first two clips that I showed you. Those were done on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then that was done on I believe Thursday. So this is very recent.
Okay.
Yeah, this interview is very recent as of this week. So I wanted to make sure to get like the most up-to-date information about this case, so that way we're not covering bullshit that's old.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we got credibility out in this camp, so I'm not trying to ruin our credibility, but yeah, man. So again, it is one of those things where it's just like, I do believe the boys are innocent in this point. Now it just comes down to who the fuck did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What happened on the island that day? I wish that the defamation lawyer, that's who that guy was that was kind of glazing him or whatever. I wish the defamation lawyer would have said their names or gotten statements or something.
Yeah.
Like the fact that the only thing that he's gotten is that we saw Nolan alive at 10 before 6.
Yeah.
And the boys left at 4:30 to 4:45. It's like, and then the Cito video is pretty damning. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, we thought, and this was just us analyzing the information that was out there from the Cito call. We thought that Nolan was on the boat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the thing is that transcript that the girl showed, that TMZ did, that was fake.
Interesting.
That was fake. Yeah, TMZ, again, they faked that transcript. That was just somebody listening to it, and they were just writing things down that they think that they hear. And that's kind of what happened with that. So, again, it's just like, I don't. That's why I came out in the beginning and said I don't think this is a racial thing. And I think even the boys were like, "This is not a racial thing. Like these guys, we know these guys. We went to school with these guys. We're neighbors with these guys. Like, it's not just hey, we're white and we have black friends. This is like, bro, no, these are our friends. We see them as people. We don't see them as anything less. So them coming, we didn't think like, oh, they're being racist. Is that no? It makes sense. Their friend is like missing. Our friend is fucking missing, so that's why I didn't really come at this with the racist angle, because I'm just like, bro, you gotta understand this is, tight-knit community, man. This is a group of people. This is just like me, you, and our friends, our people that we hang out and talk to and stuff like that. Like, if something like this happened, we wouldn't immediately go to race,
I would. I hate non-sports.
I hate you, man.
Oh my god.
But no, like I said, man, it's just one of those things where it's like, that's why I didn't really go to race politics immediately. I wanted to make sure that we went ahead and just had all the information when it came to it. I'm glad that they did come out. It's a lie that they didn't say anything. People were like, oh, they didn't say anything, they didn't call nobody, they just went to their rich parents and all that. No, bro, no, they didn't even go to their parents. That's the crazy part about it. They didn't even go to their parents. They called his mom and said, hey, Nolan didn't come back with us. She was like, what are you talking about? His phone says that he's at your house. Oh, no, he stayed on the island, but we still have his phone. If you want it, come get it. The friends came and got the phone. There was no issue there. Then they started to realize, wait a minute, like Nolan is still gone. So then they come back to the house. They're freaking out, this and that. Where's his keys? And what is this and that? The blood on the boat, that was debunked. I remember we looked at what is that called? We looked at that article talking about the blood on the boat. That was debunked. That was actually debunked by NBC, I think it was. One of the news studios had debunked that. I couldn't find the interview that they did with his dad. I couldn't find the interview that they did with his dad. If you guys can find it, look up that interview that he did, and he talks about it. He said, no, dude, he's like, when they brought back the boat was clean. Like he was like, there was no blood on the boat. He was like, if anything, the boat had like small damage on the bottom of the hull, but that was simply because something, when they took the boat out to the island, they must have hit something, and that's what caused the what did he call it? The barge or whatever.
Barge, yeah.
Yeah, that's what caused that to like start fucking up. So he was like, yeah, my son must have hit something out there, and that's what fucked that up. He's like, but other than that, I mean, there was nothing, there was no blood, there was nothing like that. And so, that I was like, wow, okay. I tried my damnedest to find that fucking video. Could not find it anywhere, but I know it's out there somewhere. But yeah, I mean, yeah, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it all makes sense to me. It's one of those things where I'm just a person that says nothing surprises me, because at the end of the day, it's the truth, right? I've spent a lot of time in the Marine Corps, and I've literally had people in my platoon from every state you can imagine, right? Like all the way from fucking Maine down to California, Alaska, right? Like I can name all 50 states. And again, right, it's one of those things where I'm not saying that like this is related to the military. I'm just saying that I've met people from multiple states. You get to feel a lot of the culture from all over America, especially with, some of the more like Midwest and like Eastern states. You know what I mean? So it just, to me, like when like race is brought up or negligence, running away is brought up, it all makes sense, because I've literally lived that kind of stuff in the Marine Corps. No matter like what kind of scenario you think of, what kind of crime you think of, there's one that I've seen inside and outside the Marine Corps as a reflection. So again, without that full picture, to me, again, like I don't know why this full picture is coming out more than a month later, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, I'm glad it's out. I just want to know what really happened to him, because again, if I'm speaking from his mom and dad's point of view, Nolan's mom's and dad's point of view, of course, if my children go out with, that's the last I hear from him. And you guys are like, he stayed on the island. You know what I mean? I'm going to be like, what do you mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I haven't heard from him. I don't know, right? It's like they said in the interview, if you're going to allege it, I don't know these boys. Does your son just stay out all the time without giving you updates? What's kind of your relationship with him being out on the town and doing X, Y, and Z?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So that's just kind of where I come from as a parent, right? Granted, I was a teenager. I still think about
did stupid shit too.
Yeah, I still think about the times I made my mom worry where she's calling me and I'm like,
100%.
stop fucking calling me.
Yeah,
that type shit, you know.
You're cramping my style, mom.
So that sort of shit. So like, I
Yeah.
totally get where she's coming from. Where it's like, he left with these boys. I don't really know him but he talks about them all the time. Whatever.
Yeah, because
that sort of thing.
parents aren't gonna know, and even your kids, you don't know all your kids' friends. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like you're never going to know, and that's fine. It is what it is. But you know, I look at it like okay. This is one thing that after hearing this, I don't rule out the race thing. And the reason I don't is because just because these boys aren't racist. These boys, I think, were 100% genuine. They were actually his friends. But we don't know if there was somebody on that island who was.
True.
You know what I mean? There could have been somebody on that island that was just like, I don't like you, you inward.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they bopped him upside the head or something.
Yeah.
Or like, hey man, you can come on our boat, don't worry about it. And he's just cool, dude. Yes, good. Gonna fuck this kid up.
Yeah.
And you just never know.
That
And
is-
so
that's
that's why
facts.
I look at it like the race thing technically can't be thrown out for that simple fact.
Right.
Not because these boys are racist, but for the simple fact that there could have been somebody on that island that may have not liked him, that may have looked at it like, bro, you did X, Y, and Z, you stole my girl, whatever the case may have been. That's where I look at it like I don't think race can be 100% thrown out, okay? I just don't. I don't think race could have been 100% thrown out just for that fact. So I look at it like with this timeline, it does open our eyes a lot more, and I'm glad that it has come out. And, you know, just like Michael said, it sucks that it came out a month later, but I'm sure there were reasons for that. You know what I mean? It might have been for the simple fact that the investigators of this might have decided, hey, guys, you know, don't say anything just yet. We want to make sure we have certain facts correct. We want to make sure that we have certain things, you know what I mean? Because you got to realize with a case like this, the police and the government, they want everything that comes forward to be 100% credible, as like they didn't hear it from online or they didn't hear it from X, Y, and Z. They heard it because they experienced it themselves. That's what was one thing that really sucked about the autopsy coming out early from the individual autopsy. It really messed things up because it brought about all these narratives. And then it creates a lot of disingenuousness with the autopsy. And recently, we found out that the autopsy from the state is complete. We're just waiting for them to release it. So as of Sunday, August 16th, the state autopsy for Nolan Wells is out. They fully finished their examinations and everything when it comes to the neck and all that stuff. So we're waiting for that to release. Hopefully that releases soon, and then we can kind of go over it. So, you know, definitely stay tuned for that, man, because we're definitely going to go over that stuff. But yeah, man, did you have anything else you want to talk about Nolan Wells before we get into this next segment?
I mean, nah, not really.
Okay. All right, cool. So you guys let us know what you think about it in the comments and all that good stuff. Now, as he's mentioned previously, he's a veteran. You know what I mean? 8 years in the Marines?
Yeah, 8
years in the Marine Corps. And you're now out of the military. You would consider yourself a veteran, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to play this video, and I want to get your take on this. Because to me, boiled my fucking blood. But I want to hear from you because I know even though you've gone through the military, even though you've, done that, you have stated on record that you don't recommend people go to the military,
right?
Correct? So you might have a different take on this, but I do want to hear you hear your take on this. All right, so we're gonna go right on into this.
I think like people who served in the military are some brave heroes. You're terrorists, bro. The U.S. is a terrorist country. We know this. We know that they bombed that elementary school in Iran. We know this. If you fought in any war other than World War I or World War II, you are a war criminal. And if you served in the military for benefits, what you're telling me is you care more about your benefits than the fact that you're supporting and being the backbone for a terrorist country. You are scum. If you serve in the military currently, you are scum. And every time I see somebody post their uniform, their nice camouflage uniform, I'm going to tell you about yourself. And all they ever say after you tell them about themselves is, oh, bro, shut up, bro. Because they know they can't say anything else. They know they're terrorists. They know what they're doing. They just don't give a damn. Stop it.
All right. What is your take on that?
I feel like that guy's a little too ignorant to be opening his fucking mouth, and he probably should just shut the fuck up, right? And again, that's his first point to the idea of, yeah, all they ever say is shut up. One, there's so many other wars that were involved where, yes, the very people at the top may be the terrorists that he speaks of, but everyone that joins is not inherently just going to be fully on board with whatever ideas that are being fought for through the government, right? So, especially for myself, I had one idea in my mind, and that was the American people, the freedoms that we have. I signed up to protect those specific freedoms, right? After doing 8 years in the Marine Corps, I realized that I necessarily wasn't playing a part in that, right? I was playing my part in molding young minds, younger than mine minds, and some older, as well as I was part of building into the capabilities of our military, but I understood that I necessarily was sacrificing a lot more than what I was actually, that I originally was trying to sacrifice, right? I wanted to sacrifice myself for those freedoms, and then I realized that there's a different agenda with that. So while I do agree that the military and the government play a part in some of the atrocities that happen in the war times, I do not agree that just because you're a veteran or a service member, you are scum, whatever this fucking brain dead monkey is talking about, right? And that's coming with from a military brat as well as parents that served in both the Vietnam. So my parents served in Vietnam. I've had family members that served in Iraqi freedom, enduring freedom, that sort of thing, right? As well as I didn't serve in any one of those battles or wars, but I was overseas. So the point I'm trying to make is that is a brain dead claim that's very one-sided, very short-sighted, very narrow-sighted, and has pretty much no claim to it, right? It's just a 60 second, I'm going to go viral by aggravating people.
Yeah.
Very baseless claim. But to that point, right, there are people that do commit atrocities that ride on the fact of, like, I was a service member, I was doing what I was told, right? And so you can make an argument for either way. More times than not, I look at the person down to the individual's intentions, right? Because again, a lot of people hated on Vietnam veterans that were in the war that again were forced to be there. It was either you pay an exuberant amount of money and you go to jail, or you sign up for the armed forces and you go to war for us. A lot of people were in that scenario of like, dude, I'm not going to fucking prison. My pops included in that, right? Because at the time my mom could not be infantry, so it's impossible for her to be in that situation. But my dad, he was forced to go. He was one of the veterans that when you come back, they spat on him, right? And so it's really stupid to me that someone that barely has any life experience would say something stupid like this, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, World War I, World War II. Well, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, like all the battles that we fought, the bombing of Lebanon, the Frozen Chosen, all those wars, battles that Marines fought in, where they're like, dude, we have no fucking choice. We just got to make the best of what we got. To say they're scum or they're playing into this they're terrorists. They're playing into this propaganda that the government's trying to push. It's just fucking stupid and brain dead. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I guarantee he probably made that one video and that was it. That was the end of his fucking argument. You know what I mean?
Well, look, I'm gonna teach this kid why he's wrong. All right, why our service members are not these terrorists that you think you are. Okay, so we're going to talk about a good old position in America called the Secretary of Defense. All right? So the Secretary of Defense is the head of the United States Department of Defense and serves as principal advisor to the president on all military and defense policies. Second in authority to the president. The Secretary manages national defense operations, military budgets, and millions of service members and civilian personnel. All right? So you had mentioned that we had bombed an Iran school. Well, you want to know who did that? Who said that we should bomb that school? Well, let me introduce you to our buddy Pete Hegseth. Okay, he is our Secretary of Defense for the Trump administration right now, heading the Iran war. Okay, so this terrorist that you're talking about is this guy right here. This guy said, drop that bomb on that school and kill those kids. He said that. Okay? Who also said that was our buddy Marco Rubio. Who is Marco Rubio? He is our Secretary of State. All right? So these two men are the terrorists that you're talking about, not our service members, not the veterans that are there to defend you and your fucking freedoms, you retard. These are the men that you should be looking at as terrorists. Now, you talked about all the wars and this and that. All right, well, you know, we're going to look at Donald Rumsfeld. Who was Donald Rumsfeld? Donald Rumsfeld was the Secretary of Defense during the Iraq War. When we went out there and we thought it was weapons of mass destruction. Well, guess what, bro? We lost that war. All right, got our butts absolutely whooped, and everybody's like, we got gold, though. Duh. Bro, no. This is the terrorist that sent millions of people over there to go die. To go die for nothing. We went over to Iraq and died for nothing. He's the terrorist. All right? And then you wanted to talk about the Vietnam War. All right. Well, who was the Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War? It was Robert McNamara, whatever you want to call it. He's the reason why we went to Vietnam. He was the reason why we were there for so long. Why young men and women were getting drafted. And if you didn't abide by the draft, guess what? You got fucking incarcerated.
Yeah, prison time.
These are the guys that are the terrorists. These are the guys that are making these decisions to bomb these kids, to kill them, to do all these atrocities that America is happening. You need to understand that the men and women in the United States military operate under what's called chain of command. All right. And these guys are at the top of that said chain of command, aside from the president. All right. So who they take orders from is these guys. They don't sit there and decide. There's not an Air Force guy at a console and he's like, you know what, dude? I got this access to this Tomahawk missile. That school of kids looks delicious.
Yeah.
Dude. No, bro. No, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, they're in a room with Trump saying, hey, we need to blow this school up because if we blow this school up, then it shows the Iranians that we mean business. And Trump's like, oh, well, that makes sense to me. So go ahead, do it, send it out. And then Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, they're just like, ha, so sweet, dude. fucking sweet. Let's bomb these fucking kids,
Yes,
bro. Let's
yes.
bomb these fucking kids. So then they send the chain of command down, and guess what? The soldier who is pushing the button for that Tomahawk missile to go out, guess what? He's just following orders. So you think somebody who's just doing their job and following orders is a terrorist? No, bruh.
And it's more than likely that once it gets down there, they're like, hey, we got word that there's enemy combatants in this fake elementary school or no longer occupied by children elementary school.
Yeah, they
we
get
need
fake information.
Yeah, we need
Yeah.
to, especially because the idea is they want to spread misinformation as it rolls downhill. So that way, if anyone picks up on it, they're going to be like, oh, shit, like they either know about our operations or they get it wrong when they report it back to their intelligence, right?
Yeah.
So the idea is not they were like, hey, we're gonna blow up a bunch of kids, and like, oh yes sir, I love blowing up kids. Fucking like the idea here is just you're brain dead, you have no idea what you're talking about, you don't have enough information or education to understand what it is that happens inside the military. And it's crazy that like someone that's on the outside would speak so stupidly, so ignorantly on something that he's never been a part of. You know what I mean? Where again, that's part of the reason why I myself got out was like too many people showing up for like the benefits. But my gripe was you joined for the benefits and you're doing nothing to help better the Marine Corps or the military as a whole. So you're causing more issues for not only me, but the people around you because you're so self-centered. That was my gripe. Your dumbass gripe is they, for some reason, are like, yeah, I don't really necessarily agree with blowing up kids, but I'll ignore it so I can get benefits. Like, no one's fucking doing that.
Yeah,
no
bro.
one's. Yeah, whatever. I could get into it, but I'm not gonna go that deep into it because this guy is clearly just a brain dead idiot that has no idea what he's talking about, trying to get a rise. And yeah, good for you. You did.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That look, and I said this during the Lindsay Clancy thing. People are going on TikTok, bro, and they're just saying whatever.
Yeah.
Look, there's two people on TikTok, okay? There's one people there's like, hey, we're going to put out like credible and real information. And then you have other people that are just like, dude, you know what? I just thought of something and that just sounds good, so I'm just going to like put it on the fucking internet. And a lot of other brain dead idiots are just like, dude, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I like that. Duh. Like, bro, like it is ridiculous how many low IQ people are online. Look, when I looked up all those Secretary of Defenses, I literally did it in the short span that he was talking.
Yeah.
It's that quick to find that type of information, bro. Like it does not take that much effort to find the information on these so-called terrorists that you want to blame. Look, I get it, bro. I get it. America is doing a lot of dumb shit. Trump has put our country in a really shitty spot, and I agree with that. 1,000%. I do. I agree with it. There's a lot of shitty things that are going on in America right now. I give that to him. And I understand why there's a lot of America hate. I understand that as well. But you have to understand that just pointing the finger blanketly is dumb.
Yeah.
It makes you look stupid and it makes you not look credible. What you need to do is do your research and see who the hell is making the decisions when it comes to these wars, when it comes to blowing kids up, when it comes to these atrocities. And honestly, it starts with our Secretary of Defense, because nothing militarily happens until the Secretary of Defense says, you know what? This is what we need to do. Then they go to the president. They say, hey, president, we believe that we need to blow this up because of X, Y, and Z and this and that. The president says, you know what? That makes some sense, bro. Go ahead, do it. They just send it down the chain of command.
Yeah.
And the soldiers, a lot of times, think that they're doing something good.
Yeah.
I guarantee you when the SS Abraham Lincoln, I believe, was the carrier that shot that missile that hit the kid's school, for them, they probably looked at it like, oh, yeah, Like, why are we bombing a school? Like, we know this is a school. It's not like we don't. And they probably looked at it like, oh, yeah, you know, like he was saying, they misconstrued the information of just like, yeah, bro, no, this is like enemy combatants. They're held up in there. They have a whole bunch of guns and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And so they're thinking they're doing a good thing. They're like, oh, hell yeah, bro. Like, let's get these motherfuckers. Let's get these towel heads. Yeah, push the button, let the missile go off, and boom. And then they figure out a couple weeks later, oh, fuck, we bombed kids, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I guarantee you these service members were just like, oh.
And again,
fuck.
It's either follow orders or go to jail.
100%.
You know what I mean? You're fucking with people's livelihoods, freedom, stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? And I'm not saying that you should sacrifice your morals for whatever is going on around you.
Yeah.
However, it is not, again, nothing surprises me. It's not uncommon for, even if someone down the chain of command probably knew and was like, yeah, I can't tell my men this. We got to like switch up something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, make it convincing, something.
So it's one of those things where someone along the line is probably a terrorist. Like they all agree with the same thing up until a certain point. And then from there on out, they're like, all right, you know what? Like, we got to change the narrative a little bit so these guys can actually, you know, pull the trigger.
Yeah, because nobody's going to willingly push a button for a missile onto a school.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say it. Like, nobody's going to sit there. I don't care who you are. They could be one of those guys that join the military to kill people for, legally. They could be one of those guys, and they're not going to kill innocent people. You know, they're going to kill people that they think is bad people.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they get off on. They're like, yeah, I fucking killed terrorists. I killed bad people. And, you know, of course, the chain of command is going to, you know, bring that down like, hey, bro, hey buddy, you know, you're killing terrorists, bro. And he's going to be like, oh, okay, beep. You know, so I'm telling you, look, if you guys take anything away from this scenario, if you guys want to sit here and you want to point the fingers at somebody, you point the fingers at Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, okay? They're our Secretary of State and our Secretary of Defense. They're the ones who are leading this shit, bro. All right? They're the ones that lead this shit. Now, you know, you can point the finger at Trump too, because obviously he's the one that's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that seems great. I'm all about it. Israel told me the same thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because that's just how that goes. But again, it's like if you want to point the finger at somebody, you don't point the finger at the people who are just doing their job. And if they don't do their job, they go to jail.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what the fuck, man? Like, I know I wouldn't want to go to jail. I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm pushing this button. What are we talking about? It just is what it is, man. So, all right. We're going to get into EDP. All right. You know, we got a couple clips on this. I don't know if you want to talk about it before we play the clips. Which one did you want to play first? What did you want to play in order?
So I was just going to get into it because
okay, go ahead.
So there's multiple clips of EDP going around right now. And the idea is, if you don't know the origin of this man was he was just an angry black guy on the internet. People liked his personality. You know, he was fucking. There's another guy, I think, unless I'm confusing them. There's another guy that would just like go to places and say a bunch of angry shit about like KFC and fucking. You remember that was fucking. There's a guy out there. And
is he the chimping out guy?
No.
Oh,
This was way
okay.
back in the day where there was a angry black guy that would go. He was like. Oh, I went out to KFC the other day, and the fucking cashier lady was talking to me and was like, hello, sir, would you like some of our delicious chicken? And like, no, bitch, I'm here to lick your titty. Of course I want some chicken. That's one of his famous lines, right? And EDP is along that same line, right? Okay. Where he was just fucking angry, saying shit, ranting on the fucking internet.
Yeah.
And so he became an internet personality. He had a YouTube channel, and up until... I don't remember the YouTuber's name. I don't keep up too much with these people, but he got baited out by another YouTuber that was doing some catch a predator type deal, and he ended up exchanging messages, going back and forth with a 13-year-old girl, what he thought was a 13-year-old girl, right? They eventually lure him out, and they're like, hey, why don't you come meet up with me? I made cupcakes, yada yada. Fucking this man gets caught up there, right? He shows up and he's like, yeah, I'm fucking here, you know. And then so they come out the cut like Chris Hansen, and they're like, yeah, so you admit to trying to fuck a 13-year-old girl? And he's like, yeah, I mean, I guess, right? I mean, is my life over? And they're like, pretty fucking much, just depending on if you cooperate or not, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, they botched that, right? I don't know what really necessarily was the key factor to them botching it, but allegedly it was if the underage girl reaches out to the adult first, or the underage person reaches out to the adult first, somehow that stops them from being held accountable. I don't know exactly, right?
Okay.
I also don't really want to get that 100% right in case there's someone out there like, I can't wait to use this.
Yeah.
But the idea here is he didn't get caught once. He got caught twice trying to do this shit. And then after, again, it being botched, he went out and made a documentary about, you guys can't put me away, right? I don't know what the fuck's going on in this guy's mind. I watched the entire documentary on it, and to me, it just seems so disgusting that there's this. It was just a PR stunt, right?
Yeah,
all the proceeds are going to what is it? A charity that donates to underage victims that get assaulted, right?
Okay.
But I'm gonna play a couple clips here of just some things that stuck out to me, and then we'll talk about it, right? So you can play this one.
Let's do it.
Not a pedophile because I do not have a sexual attraction to fucking 5th, 6th, 7th, and fucking 8th graders. Now, mind you, motherfucker, if you 16 or 17, nigga, and you got your titties bulging the fuck out, a motherfucker might actually whack off to your pictures a few fucking times.
Yeah,
This nigga is crazy, bro.
Yeah, and
Bruh,
you see,
come on, man.
See, this is the problem I have, right? Is again, just disgusting shit, right? Disgusting, fat, overweight, disgusting animal talking like this about children. And this is after him getting caught twice. He goes on here and says some shit like this, right? You can play the next one where a lot of people had the idea of, why can't he fucking find someone his own age or an adult or whatever? He did. He found someone his own age, not his age, older than him actually. So
okay.
Finally hit the jackpot, and I would like to introduce my beautiful girlfriend, Marissa.
together they're 800 pounds. That's not me making shit up. He is actually 445 pounds. So is she. They're 800 pounds together.
How do I want to say that? It is something that definitely
She
where
refuses to have sex with this man.
I've been with what's-her-face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right? Still ain't gotten shit. He did a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, come on, nigga. You know, I've finally hit the...
Oh my god, bro.
He gets a girlfriend. He's 30-something, right? He's close to our age. She's 42.
Yeah.
They met on one of the dating apps, right? Okay. Again, they talk about it in the actual documentary. He actually was able to go on dating apps and find a fucking girl.
Yeah.
So again, the whole argument of, he made an argument of like, I couldn't find anyone my age.
Yeah, yeah.
Found someone, found an adult. He said, my beautiful girlfriend was with her for a year. Yeah. She was like, I'm not fucking you. Why would you? Why would you fuck something like that?
Man, like, bro, like, absolutely disgusting.
That's disgusting.
I don't even know why she agreed to be with him for a year, though.
Yeah. And again, so they did break up, right? Obviously, he wasn't getting nothing.
Yeah,
they broke up.
Yeah.
She, in her mind, she said on the documentary, and this is why I don't fucking like the documentary, because it's just a bunch of bullshit, right? EDP talks about in the beginning, like, I couldn't find anyone my own age. When I found someone that was actually interested in me, I felt like I had a connection. I had to run with it, I was still scared because it was wrong, yada, yada, yada. And this is what, in my mind, says that this was just a PR stunt. He doesn't actually have these ideologies of like, yeah, if you got your titties bulging the fuck out, like I might whack off to your picture. Maybe he does, right? But the point is, it just seems like this big PR stunt to try to get him back into where he was, right? And that's why, in my mind, I don't really fuck with the idea of like, oh yeah, the proceeds go to charity, whatever. But you're putting it at the expense of glorifying a fucking pedophile or pedophiliac actions, you know? And to me, that's just so disgusting. The fucking creator, Mike, whatever, I think his name is Mike Klum or something like that.
Yeah, Mike Klum.
Klum, faggot, whatever.
Yeah, Mike Klum.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard. I don't like that he did this because it's, again, glorifying pedophilia, and it really just needs to be taken out from... He needs to be removed from society, right? He did it once. That was a setup. It was fake. The second one was a real female, right? And again, you can go on the documentary, and this was I think she was 13 at the time, or they say she was 15 at the time, whatever. She was in a Discord server that was for the content creator Gideon, right? And if you know Gideon, he's along the same lines. So it talks about in the documentary, she was in the Discord server. EDP actually messaged her this time. Gideon coerced her into sticking with it so that way they could put him behind bars, right? I think somewhere in there that was another blunder on the YouTuber's part, because it talks about how he didn't actually meet up with her or try to actually engage in that kind of stuff of like, hey, they never talked about actually linking up. They just confronted him, and then he knew like, oh, so this is fake again, and then he dipped off of that, right? Stopped talking to her again. But she was, I won't say forced, because, well, actually, I would probably say forced, right? She's only a 15-year-old girl. Yeah, this is when they're talking about how this was like the 13-year-old with the first YouTuber, right?
Okay. Did you want to play this part?
Yeah, you could play this part, and it'll explain the first instance, and then a little later on, it'll explain the part about the 15-year-old, right? So if you play from here, yeah.
All this shit, you know. Yeah, so it was about a month in when things started getting sexual.
Listen, I know your body is growing and you're starting to develop. That's why I agreed to this. I want to be your first.
13-year-old
respond to a 13-year-old? Desperation, isolation, loneliness. It's boring as fuck. You have nothing going on. You don't even know how to talk to a fucking girl.
If you want, we can try oral first. I can taste and lick on your vagina. And then you can suck my cock.
You need some sort of excitement in your fucking life. So I said fucking and went along with it.
You're so hot and cute, and even have me jerking off.
Ooh, that's hot. Can I see? Oh, wow. It's so big.
At the time, me sending sexual pictures to a 13-year-old, I was fucking lonely and just not getting any fucking action, not getting fucking laid, not having the confidence to talk to a girl of my age. It was a fucking shit show.
I want to bend you over my table and just slide my cock inside you and slowly begin to take your virginity. I want to fuck your innocence away.
TikTok's probably not gonna like this, but
They not, but I mean,
hey, look, you get it raw and uncut here.
We're
right?
streaming on YouTube and Instagram as well.
Yeah, so this is on YouTube.
Yeah,
you can go look at it. That's why I was like, I don't necessarily want to play the whole thing.
Yeah, we're just playing pertinent clips to what he's talking about. That's why we played that clip.
Yeah.
He was talking about the 13-year-old.
This is those were verbatim what he said and what the other YouTuber was sending back to him, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't an actual 13-year-old girl, but that's what EDP thought. And then so, play the part where he gets confronted, because then you'll be able to see what YouTuber I'm talking about. I forget his name. It's like Chad something.
I was like,
that's where it happened
what's
the
up,
first
EDP?
time. Yeah,
and he's like, what's up? And he puts his hand out for a fist bump, and I give him a fist bump. And then he tries to fist bump CC Unit, and CC Unit's like, I don't like fist bump people like you.
Well, fist bump? I don't fist bump people like you, man. I mean, when he wouldn't fist bump me, I mean, it felt like the classic case of fucking rejection. So,
okay. And, you know, I told him, like, hey, we got to kind of go over the things with Sophie.
we have you talking to Sophie, correct? Yes or no? Right. Okay. I was caught red-handed. Shit was about to go down.
And he's like, I'm just here to get a cupcake.
They had the transcripts, they had the logs, they had the screenshots and all that shit. And I mean, I basically just told him, yeah, man, I'm just here to get a fucking cupcake. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Again, so what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake joke, and then go back home.
The EDP 445 situation.
Yeah, so again, that's the YouTuber that botched it the first time.
Okay.
Second time, there was an actual, again, 15-year-old girl involved. She explains in the documentary that she kind of went along with it because she felt like she had to, as well as she had a potential music career that she was trying to get off the ground. And so
we're about to play that right now.
She didn't necessarily say, I was forced to. She tried to play like kind of both sides, and she was like, yeah, I'm more of an opportunist. Those are her words herself. He should be able to find it, but like the idea is, when, in my opinion, there was an actual 15-year-old girl here, Gideon should be held accountable in some instances, because it's like you were like the puppeteer master in this little girl being exposed to this kind of predatory behavior, right? And that really didn't sit well with me. Again, the whole documentary, like, as you guys can see, there's like lighthearted music and there's like production and all this kind of stuff that's really just, to me, making light of the idea that the first one wasn't real, but the second one was definitely very real. There was an actual underage girl exposed to all types of illicit shit that she shouldn't have been exposed to. You know what I mean? And she kind of just
that's
felt...
Kayla, the 15-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're gonna play that right now of just pretty much what he was talking about. She's the one that wanted to. She said, "Oh, I only did it for my music career and all that stuff," right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna play that right now for you guys.
I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages me, and I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was suicidal. And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious messages.
Since the day you messaged me, I've been dreaming about sliding my cock deep inside that fresh pussy. Just fucking away your innocence, showing you how a real man does it, pinning you against the bed and taking your virginity.
A while later, Gideon added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, Gideon quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
Well, my government name is DeMarcus Cousins III. But everybody on the internet knows me as Gideon. Yeah, this is like right when I saw the information, I was like, you know what? This is gonna be it, and I want to make sure that I don't screw it up. So I hit up Skeet because he knows, and he's actually gotten people prosecuted before.
My name is Skeeter Gene, also known as Skeet Hansen. I am a professional Chris Hansen impersonator on YouTube.
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged. for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I didn't want to disappoint anybody.
The way that ass looks in those leggings, I need you on top of me now. I've always wanted to be with a little emo girl.
Because he sent me videos saying that he was gonna shoot me and kill me if I ever said anything.
See, Kayla, don't mean to scare you, but now I have to fucking shoot your ass. I have to critically injure you and possibly put you in the fucking hospital. If not worse. Not only that, I have to kill everybody.
It was uncomfortable. Like, there was days where I didn't even like want to leave my bed. And he was trying to fly me out to Vegas on my 16th birthday to give me, quote, birthday dick.
Well,
Alright.
See, and that's the point I'm getting at is, again, she admits a little bit later that there's a lot to cover, so like I won't really get into all of it because it's just a lot. I suggest if you want to, it's definitely a viewer discretion advised. If you want to go see the rest of it, you can, but there's some more in there where she photoshopped, allegedly she photoshopped some pictures to send to him, as well as they don't really know if Gideon was saying like, don't do it, don't send pictures, do send pictures, keep it going, that sort of thing. But what ended up happening was we all see that EDP is a fat motherfucker, right? He's fucking huge. He got his name from, he stepped on the scale, the scale said 445 pounds. So he put his name as EDP because he's a porn addict, and he put numbers at the end of his fucking weight. So I say that because he has to undergo dialysis because he has stage 5 kidney disease. And if you don't know what kidney disease is, it just means that your kidneys can no longer work or function as they normally would. So you have to go somewhere and have your blood filtered manually outside of your body, recirculated back in, because your health is just that bad, right? So he does dialysis a couple times a week. He goes to an office to do it, right, instead of having in-home. So he goes to an office. That's when Skeet and Gideon go to confront him. They think they have enough evidence. They go to confront him. But because there was no actual meetup, I think that's where the case actually fell through. So they just were like, hey, you've been doing this with a minor. And he's like, well, there was no actual meetup. I didn't do anything. Whatever, yada, yada, yada.
We're going to show the clip of that right now.
Yeah.
It's EDP in the flesh. I love you, bro.
and as I'm walking into the dialysis center, these motherfuckers pop out the goddamn van. Right then and there, I was like, give me Kayla's address because I'm about to hop in this car and I'm about to go blow this bitch's brains out.
Texting me right now, so he told me, fuck you, bitch.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you know, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die. He cussed.
Bro.
Yeah. And it's sad. To me, it's just truly sad.
Wow.
Especially because, again, it's alleged, but Gideon coercing this young woman into doing this kind of stuff
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
is also crazy because it's like you're exposing her to a predator. You know what I mean? It's almost the same as using your teammates as bait in a way, right? And that's where this doesn't really sit right with me. And so, again, it'll get into that whole
idea of Gideon pushing her to send photos and all that kind of stuff.
And so, yeah, the whole documentary to me is, again, so distasteful, so disgusting, because to me it's just really making light of everyone involved around the idea of pedophilia, and it really just disgusts me as a dad with daughters that, like, this kind of stuff is just out there, as well as this young girl. Again, she admits, like, I didn't really want to disappoint anyone. I felt like I had to. You know what I mean? And that's the exact same predatory behavior that gets them to stay quiet about their abuse that they take when they are assaulted or whatever, because they feel shame, they feel like they are going to disappoint people, cause issues, whatever. The young children, the young mind doesn't know how to handle this stuff, so they kind of just run along with it because they feel like they have no other option. So again, I don't condone the creator of this documentary at all either. Even though he's donating the proceeds, I really feel like he should not have just done anything like this at all.
Yeah, because it's a lot, dude. But we're gonna show obviously Gideon pushing her more to keep going at this.
Yeah.
So we're gonna show this clip right now.
EDP any pictures of me that were nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that Gideon got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
And she told me something about like her like looking up like something in photoshopping, and I was like, okay, no, like do not do that. To my knowledge, I never knew that she actually sent anything because I never seen any images of that. But
I don't believe
she
that.
sent something explicit.
Yeah,
bro, come
Kayla
on.
Hoskins
Stop
actually
the
sent
cap.
a picture of her tits. You know, she didn't Photoshop a goddamn thing. She literally sent me fucking nudes of her fucking tits. I feel like she's a fucking scam artist. I feel like she's a bitch. I feel like she's very stuck up. She's very conniving.
So I'd like to let the viewers know that I don't know what they're gonna say, but don't believe it. Because I have proof. I'm just too scared to show the proof because Gideon has a big audience and I don't want them to attack me. But I could show some of the proof. Proof of him kind of encouraging it.
So she has
Maybe
said that
she's
Gideon's
sort
scam
of
artist, Gideon
using
being controlled by Illuminati, and Gideon
the whole
is friends with
situation
multiple
as
pedophiles. EDP is under
leverage
investigation.
to boost her
Legal
music
firearms.
career
Wow.
and such. So, you know, again, while she's a victim, I think she's kind of using the whole situation as leverage to gain followers a little bit.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody.
She's
and
too young for
especially
this.
when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so she is 18 now. Okay.
Like,
I didn't know. But
well, yeah, obviously,
either way,
she's coming out as an adult now because she couldn't say any of this stuff if she was still a minor, but legally anyway. But yeah, bro, that's so false. Like, you can't sit there and be like, oh, you know, I'm super young, and so that means I'm just gonna play along with all this shit. Like, what? No, bruh, no, that's ridiculous.
I don't know. I feel like, again, this shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, the whole documentary, in my mind, kind of makes light of all the situation where really EDP should be behind bars, right?
Yeah.
He has one friend, a lot of his friends blocked him, but he has one friend that stuck up with him, and he said EDP did nothing wrong. He says in there, like, we've all messaged someone we had no business messaging, so that motherfucker needs to be under investigation as well. And you know, there's just so much in that documentary that just points to red flags and in my mind, validation of pedophilia for some reason. That, you know, of course they even have a lawyer in there that states like, oh, EDP could still be charged. I think this is stupid, yada yada yada. But again, you went on the documentary and you talked about, yeah, I think this is dumb, but you're participating in the documentary.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what kind of lawyer he is, but at the end of the day, this to me, this to me says your credibility is now diminished if you're gonna be participating in this shit. So yeah, you can play that part.
Yeah, here's the lawyer.
It's just a stupid fucking idea.
All right, what's up with you bitch ass motherfuckers and so on?
Admits to 16
Okay,
crimes.
so the first picture is his erect penis, and then the second one looks like he has ejaculated. So that will get you into trouble. He's well within the statute of
Cooking
limitations.
himself, bro.
Just on that alone, he could be prosecuted.
So yeah, like he said, even the lawyer is like, bro, just on that alone, he can be prosecuted.
Yeah. So
like, what are we talking about here?
This
man?
whole thing, and then again, there's that lighthearted music in the background. It's just like the production, all of it to me, it just really points to the idea that like we're trying to make light of it. If you go into any of the clips on TikTok, Instagram, whatever, people are in the comments talking about like, I can't hate this man, you know, his personality is too whatever, and that's what I feel like this is coming from. It's all a ploy to get him back into the limelight so that way he can rebuild his career, and I think it's disgusting.
Yeah. Okay. Instead of watching the clip, we're just gonna watch the real thing. Fuck these clips. This is obviously his hit list, right?
He has what he calls a bitch list of people he doesn't like, and then a real nigga list that people he does like.
Okay, so we're gonna watch that right now,
Yeah.
and there is a plane outside. So hopefully you guys can't hear that fucking plane outside. All right, here we go.
To the real fucking gangsters of the fucking internet, you know what I mean? First up, we got Andrew Tate. He likes to preach about men and women not being equal because they're not fucking equal. Next up, we got my motherfucking main bitch, Donald fucking Trump. We got my man Joe Rogan. This guy's a fucking beast, man. I love this bald-headed ass bitch, you know what I mean? We got Fresh and Fit. In his podcast, he's always shitting on fucking women. Yeah, it's fucking, I love that bitch. Andrew Tate's brother, so yeah, you already fucked. That's enough said. On to my motherfucking main nigga, Ben Shapiro. Listen to him, and you'll be great in life. Sneeko, guy is cool as fuck. Sneeko, if you're watching this shit, come on out to Vegas, man. I'll treat you to some fucking tacos. Next up, we got Pearl Davis. Love this hoe, because she shits on women, and she is a fucking woman, you know what I mean? These are the certified OGs of the internet, and I couldn't imagine a world without them.
I think the bitch list is
as you guys know.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'll find the bitch list.
Yeah. So again, you know, I wouldn't. I know all those people probably don't even have EDP on their radar because none of them have mentioned him at all. So for him to like, oh, they're some of the OGs on the internet, to me is just kind of like, okay, cool. They're not really associated, but I'd be careful if I were them clapping back because you don't want to end up affiliated with the likes of this fucking fat man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, here it is, the bitch list.
Okay, I found the clip.
Yeah, this is just, but this proves without refutable evidence that this man is deeming himself as an incel, right? Because he talks about somewhere else in this documentary of his porn addiction and the people that he hates because they either called him out or because he couldn't get with them. So this is that bitch list that he's talking about.
All right, roll clip.
Penguin Zero. This motherfucker's a goddamn disgrace to fucking humankind. It looked like this motherfucker ain't washed his ass. Hi, everybody. Go suck a dick, bitch. Next up, we got Keemstar. His content sucks ass, has no fucking talent, just a fucking lowlife. Oh, let's see here. The next fucking Mudahar. Get off my fucking nuts before I piss on your face on some R. Kelly shit, okay? Hassan Piker, your typical fucking liberal, far left, goddamn socialist. Next up, we got Asmongold. Look like you saw a fucking ghost. Matter of fact, fuck a ghost, nigga. What you need to see is a goddamn cleaning service, my nigga, to clean that dirty ass, junky ass motherfucking house, bro. Aiden Ross. Typical bitch, Jufro, toss his motherfucking ass up in the goddamn ashtray, nigga, with the rest of his fucking ancestors. Fuck him. These hoes right the fuck here are the exact reason why this world is fucked and men disrespect the living shit out of fucking women. XQC. Bitch, speak the fuck up. I always thought this guy was a bitch. We got Destiny. Probably gets fucking pine cones and tubas rammed up his fucking ass. Oompaville. That's how I feel about him. Ethan Klein. I think his wife, his girlfriend, whoever the fuck it is, I think she's very beautiful. I think she could do way better than this motherfucking loser. Listen, man, you need to come on up over my house and I can give your ass some real good fucking dick instead of fucking with this punk ass nigga. And that wraps up my certified bitches of YouTube.
Yeah, and again, there's the point to that is like he's just an incel. You know what I mean? He's just mad at the world because he can't get fucking laid for real. And now, again, there's this fucking PR stunt blowing him up where he's trying to make that comeback where,
Yeah.
He before was living a pretty good life, but this motherfucker to talk shit on anyone else's career as not only a pedophile, but a fat motherfucker that needs dialysis at 30, right?
Yeah, bro, that's crazy.
Typically, the people I work with need dialysis in their later years in life, but this man needs to go. If he misses a dialysis appointment, he will die within 1 to 2 days.
Yeah.
Because his blood will be so filled with gravy that his heart will stop because he's so fucking fat and stupid. And he later admits in there, like, hey, I know I could eat better and do something to change my weight and my life, but ain't nobody got time for that because I work 2 jobs and I'm fat and lazy and stupid. So he admits in there, like, yeah, if I miss my appointment Friday, by Monday I'll be cooked, right? And I'm like, well, let's try to make him miss his appointments, dude. You don't need to. You should not be out here spreading the propaganda of, if you got your titties out as a 16-year-old, I'm going to beat my shit to you. You need way more help. And he does have a therapist, actually. She has chosen not to really explain or reveal too much about herself because obviously people will probably get pretty pissed off and be like, what the fuck? What do you know? And why are you supporting this sex offender? But he does have a therapist that he's working with to try to become better, whatever, yada, yada, yada. I think he just needs to be put down, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, what do you think of all this stuff, Rig 4?
Honestly, bro, to me, and I had a, like, inclination, okay? I was like, I think, he's this way, but I don't know for sure. Now, this was confirmed when he talked about his real nigga list, okay? What his real nigga list told me is that he's what we like to call a red pill masturbator. All right. Now, what the fuck is a red pill masturbator? A red pill masturbator is one of those guys that he listens to Andrew Tate. He listens to Myron Gaines. He listens to Sneeko, and he listens to Pearl, and he listens to all these guys, okay? This is a lot of stuff that we talk about on our show today. We talk about a lot of red pill topics. We really do. Just because we understand that men and women are different. We understand that, men need to be leaders and women need to be followers. We understand that, men and women are different and, feminism is stupid and all this kind of stuff. That is really what all those creators embody, okay? But there are a lot of guys who consume this content and then don't apply any of it to their life. So, for instance, Fresh and Fit, I watch them very frequently. I really do. I think they have a lot of good moments in there where they teach a lot of guys how to make money, how to be in shape, how to show frame, how to understand women, all that good stuff. Andrew Tate even has some stuff where it's really good as far as, he's like, hey, this is how you need to be a hard worker. This is how you need to be in life. This is how you get out of the fucking rat race, and this is how you deal with things. Sneeko used to be, very red pill in the part of, he would break videos down and he'd be like, see, yeah, this is, why you don't do X, Y, and Z with women. This is why you stay away from these type of women, so on and so forth. You look at Pearl. Pearl is the same way, where Pearl will confront other feminist women like, dude, this is propaganda and it's retarded and it's ridiculous. It's dumb. And so a lot of these creators tell men, hey, look, this is how you understand women. And then when you understand women, you need to do things that will then make you more attractive to women, i.e. a lot of the times of what I say is when guys break up with their girlfriends, I say, hey, you need to get in the gym. You need to start working out. You need to find a hobby, that you can get into, work more hours to make more money. And then once you have those things kind of culminated together, then you're able to, be a better person, and you're able to forget your ex and not go back to her, so on and so forth. But that's the thing where it's a lot of guys, they will look at it like, I rather just tell bitches that they're hoes and they're this and that, but I'm not going to do the work on my end. And that's what a lot of guys do, is they're just these red pill masturbators where they're like, oh yeah, fuck these whores and they're this and that and they're 304s and blah, 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 blah. And they say all these things, but they don't do anything to fix themselves. They don't do anything to lose weight. They don't do anything to make more money. They don't do anything to be a better person in society or make themselves better. They don't. They don't do any of that shit. They sit there and they just want to whine and complain about women all day. And since they want to just sit there and whine and complain about women all day, these are the type of guys that are in those comment sections where they're sitting there and they're just red pill masturbators. They're just like, oh yeah, fuck, oh yeah, I love this. Because they'll be in the streams, right? And they'll be sitting there saying, oh, fuck these hoes and they're this and that and da-da-da-da-da. And then they'll go click on the bitch's OnlyFans, you know what I mean? Or hit her up on Instagram. You did so great on that show. And they'll sit there and watch whatever podcast, or they'll watch fucking Fugazi podcast. They'll watch all these fucking podcasts and they'll sit there, oh yeah, she's a whore, she's this and that, da-da-da-da. And then they'll go and fucking pay for her OnlyFans and they'll jerk off to her shit. Hit her up on Instagram talking about, oh yeah, bro, you know, you did amazing on there. Those are the red pill masturbators. And I think EDP is the biggest one of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He is the quintessential example of these guys that are red pill masturbators. Now look, if you're a guy that takes the red pill, okay, you take the red pill and you actually put in the work to make more money, to be more physically fit, to actually, you know, be in the entrepreneurial mindset that you like to push a lot. You know, they actually take steps to move towards that, then great. You actually took the red pill and you understand women and you're moving accordingly. But a lot of guys, don't. A lot of guys don't. And that's why they send a bunch of, stuff to our show and they're like, oh bro, you know, my girl cheated on me and she had sex with this guy and, you know, I asked her if he nutted in her and I wanted to know how big his dick was and all this kind of stuff. How can I get back together with her, bro? Those are the guys who are considered red pill masturbators because they sit there and they consume all this content, but they don't do any of the work. They'll sit there and be like, yeah, man, I'm going to tell bitches to shut the fuck up and all this and all that. And then they get with their girl and their girl is just telling them what to do. And they're like, oh sure, babe. Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, no, it's fine. And this is something that ever since I started this show, I've dealt with. I've dealt with red pill masturbators since the beginning. And it's one of those things where it's like, I can give you all of the... I can give you all the information and all the help possible. But unless you put in the work... nothing I say is going to help you. You know what I mean? I can sit here and tell you all day long, bro, to get in the gym, make more money, get hobbies. You know what I mean? You know, stick up for yourself. Don't fucking sit there and, you know what I mean? Be like just... I don't want to say a beta. That's weird. I hate that term, but don't just be like a yes man to women all the time. You know what I mean? Like you even experienced it when I was talking about, you know, that girl, she made the video and she was like, oh, all these guys just gave me money and they just bought me pizza and they did whatever. And we were like, bro, these guys are stupid because they're just buying her things for no reason.
Yeah.
They don't even know this girl. Bro, what are you doing? Why are you just buying shit for her? And then they're in our comment section talking about, oh, bro, we can't be nice, bro. Oh, we can't do things for a girl, bro. Those are the guys that I'm talking about. They are the EDPs, man. I think this, if this documentary teaches you anything, okay, if this documentary teaches you anything, it teaches you that these guys are real. And this is what they look like.
Yeah.
Those guys that are red pill masturbators and they're in the comment sections, you know, of these, you know, women's, you know, videos, and they're on the whatever podcast and they're on Fresh and Fit and they're on Fugazi and they're over here just in the comment section talking about, oh, bro, they're hoes and they're this and that. You should tell them to shut the fuck up. That's Jitty. That's EDP, bro.
Yeah.
That's just what that is, man. And that's who he is. He's a red pill masturbator. You know what I mean? And it just is what it is. And like I said, I thought that he was because of just everything that I was seeing in clips. You know what I mean? I was seeing clips and I'm just like, I've seen this kind of like guy before. You know, I've seen this type of behavior before. And, you know, it's indicative of a red pill masturbator, but I didn't know for sure. So I was like, I'm going to watch the documentary myself, or we're going to watch it on the show. And just going through the clips that we went through, yeah, the moment he was like my real nigga list, I was like, yeah, you're a red pill masturbator, bro. 100%. Because everybody that was on his real nigga list are red pill creators. And that's just the way it is, dude. I get it. The red pill is nothing more than just telling the truth. Sorry to say it. I know a lot of people sit there and they don't like the red pill and they think it's this and that and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, bro, if you actually take the information and improve your life the way that we have done, you will be successful. I mean, everybody, okay, here's one thing that I love so much when people get in my comment section. They're just like, well, where's your girlfriend? And I'm like, he's married. I'm like, bro, he's married. Like, he is a considered red pill content creator that's married, bro. Like, shut up. It is so funny to me, man. It is the funniest thing ever. But again, it's just one of those things where, like I said, a lot of guys are like him. Majority of men are like him. And, you don't believe us? Dude, you can go back to any one of our episodes. And
yeah, there's a lot of cucks.
Dude, yeah, that's all we're doing. We're like, dude, another cuck. Oh, man, another cuck. Okay, hold on. We keep this video archived for a reason. He knows where I'm going with this.
It's literally my favorite, dude. Fuck.
Oh,
it's so
man.
bad, though. I mean,
it is
it's
so
the
bad.
truth of the matter, though.
Oh, it really is.
It is
really
the truth,
bro. It really is. And look, bro, we keep this video around to show guys. Oh shit. We keep this video around to show guys that, hey, this is you, bro.
Yeah.
This is you. Yes. So look, all right.
This is what you look like when you come into on our show. Sure. You send in your submissions, and you're like, "Oh, well, she slept with my best friend, or she slept with her boy best friend, and I wanted to know how big his meat was, and I wanted to know if he cummed in her, or where they were together. Did you like his dates better than mine, or whatever the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, dude, we archive this video because there are so many guys that get stuck in this position of like, oh, I don't want to lose my girl, and oh my god, I'm da 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 da, and it's like, dude, I get it. My words aren't enough.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna show you a video of what you look like.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Of this dude's girl literally hopping, dropping hips on another guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
if you look at that video and like, that could never be me. Yeah, we did a segment about that too. What ended up where you said could never be me, but did end up you? That's what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what you guys are doing.
Yeah, man. I mean, it just, and again, like I said, it ties back to the EDP thing where it's just like a lot of guys idolized EDP and who he was, and there's still people that do idolize EDP, crazy enough, even though he came out as a PDF.
Yeah.
Like in the documentary, he said, yeah, bro, I am a PDF. Bruh, like, I don't know what else to tell you, bro. He said he is a PDF. It just is what it is, man. Like, I'm not making anything up. I'm not taking it out of context. It's just he said it himself, and the fact that he said it himself just goes to show you that it's like a lot of guys thought the way that he did. It's why he had an audience. It's why he was as big as he was. And like the Riga said, he's trying to claim his fame again.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because there are so many guys who are still like that because they're now, just considered red pill masturbators. He's going to gain that audience. Yeah. That audience of red pill masturbators, that's who's going to be his audience. Is these guys that go on these red pill podcasts and they sit there, yeah, bro, she's a whore and blah, blah, blah. She's a 304, so on and so forth. And so that's who his audience is going to be geared towards. And I guarantee you, if EDP gets big again, that's gonna be his audience, bro. It just is what it is.
Yeah, if he survives, you know what I mean.
If he does survive,
that dialysis is no joke.
Yeah,
but either way, the only reason I brought this to attention is because I do understand that no matter what I do, whatever, he's gonna still make his way back to fame because he's already put out the documentary, so he's already out there again.
Yeah.
People, I keep seeing comments of people like, oh, it's hard to hate the guy, whatever, yada, yada, yada. And it's just sad, that so many people still are going to support him. Yeah. So it's like you said, he's going to end up doing the whole red pill, whatever, trying to get in contact with people.
Yeah, he's gonna garner that you know what? He's gonna garner guys like this. I know you even sent this video.
Yeah.
In. He's gonna garner guys like this.
Let's take a look at this. First things first, I want you to pay attention to is the ratio. She has 2 cans, and he has 5, and then there's 2 cans of gas station cat food. Off rip, this is a huge play.
Pay attention to the girl. Okay,
he's carrying this conversation on with people that are behind him, and I think that's to avoid looking at himself, putting all the energy drinks down. This is going to be a little controversial. The lean-in, the BBH is insane. So BBH, broke boyfriend hug, it's a huge play for what's going on right now. So what happens? He comes in with a very presumptuous lean-in, and she counterplays.
Like, how much is that again?
And so what happens is she comes back.
What she's doing is she's waiting for him to be like, nah, babe, don't worry about it. I got it. Okay? That's what she's doing with the whole extra lean in. All right? Don't sit here and think that she's just like, I just need to see how much it is. No, she wants him to be like, oh, don't worry, babe, I got it. If you look at his face, okay, he's like, I ain't gonna pay for that shit.
Back.
Now watch her face.
Far, but something intrigues him. In chat, this honestly is probably upsell of the year. He comes back in, watch it, he grabs it, and this is insane. Late game has to be one of the strongest moves you can do late game, chat. He actually looks over and goes like a very...
can I get this, please? Can I get this? And she's just like, nigga, really? It's already this much. You know what I mean? Are you serious?
Very suggestive, like, kind of a no-brainer, right? I think that this is either like...
And she's like, whatever, get it.
Yep.
High gold or low plat. But I think he's smurfing. So you know he has to be at least diamond elo.
Now she's like, really, nigga?
Yeah.
Really? Bro, she is literally just like...
Help me! Help me! Nigga!
Like, bro.
Really, nigga?
Like, that is her right now, bro. Like, literally.
Just because after she pulls her card out and he gets her on the upsell for the lighter.
Like, mind you, she still hasn't paid yet, bro. Yeah. She still hasn't paid yet. Yeah. She has been waiting for her boyfriend to pay this whole time. And then you see, like, this chick in the background with a very colorful, like, red and black sweater. She's like, nigga, will you hurry up? Yeah.
Or whatever it was. He completely walks all the way out.
Man. So again, bro, this is what I'm talking about when I say that these guys this is the audience that he's going to try to capture. EDP is going to try to capture these type of guys where they sit there and they believe in the feminist ideology. They believe in, like, you know, women being equal to men and all this stuff. Like, this is the type of guy that he is going to try to capture. These are the type of guys that are sitting there, oh yeah, she's a 304 and she's a whore and this and that. And then he's going to go pay for her OnlyFans. And then he's hitting her up, oh, you did so great on whatever podcasts. Like, bro, these are the type of dudes. These are the losers that write into our show talking about, oh, bro, yeah, my girlfriend cheated on me. My fucking dyke-looking girlfriend cheated on me.
God damn it.
My fucking dyke-looking girlfriend cheated on me, bro. And, you know, now I don't know what to do. Help me get her back, bro. Like, shut up, man.
Pretty sad. Pretty
so,
bad.
yeah, bro, look, again, it's one of those things where it's just like, if the EDP documentary shows anything, it is that the majority of men that are out here, you know, claiming the red pill and doing all this stuff, bro, a lot of these guys are what we call red pill masturbators. Just is what it is, man. Just is what it is, bro.
And so, if you want to take anything away from it as well, is, you know, there's always an audience out there for someone. Again, watch the whole documentary. You'll see that EDP has friends that think like him, much like the Rig 4 said. They're gonna start cultivating a community of fucking red pill masturbators.
Yeah.
Probably gonna set up a gang of, we talk to fucking underage girls, and if you're an underage girl, join our Discord.
Oh, 100%.
And you know, it's just, yeah, it's gonna get pretty freaky. I'm not gonna lie, and it's so sad, you know. And the problem is, you men out there that are red pill masturbators, are women centered, and you have no idea. You have the blinders on where you're like, oh no, I fucking hate women.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
you know, my life's not about women and yada yada yada. But
Because-
all you do is spend your time either majority of the time hating on women, rest of the time masturbating to them.
Yeah. And because the thing is like what I was going to say to that is what a lot of guys do is since there are more red pill masturbators than there are guys like us that look at the red pill, we understand women, and we just move accordingly, and we become these guys that women want, i.e. the fucking reason why he's married, you dummies. It's one of those things is where it's like what these guys will do is since they take in the red pill rhetoric, right? And then a guy who's like living with his mom in his mom's basement, or they don't got a job, or they don't have a car or whatever, they're trying to tell a chick, oh no, you gotta do X, Y, and Z, or bitch, you gotta do this and that. And she's like, nigga, what? Huh? I had to pick you up.
Yeah.
You the one that ain't got no job. You make $30,000 a year bagging groceries. You put fries in the bag, nigga. Who are you talking to? You know, and so again, then they that's where this whole hate for women comes in. And so then they look at it like, oh man, we call it red pill rage. Okay, we call it red pill rage. And they go into it and they have this red pill rage, and they're like, oh, forget women. Women are bad and they're horrible. And all of them are whores and all of them are this and that. And it creates this bad precedent on the red pill where it's just like, bro, the red pill is just the truth. The red pill is not like hating women. Hell no. Like if anything, me and the Rigger get on this show so that way we show you female nature and how to avoid the bad women that men should not be putting their time into. Let's just be real. We show you guys these videos and we say, hey, bro, these are the type of women that you avoid. These are the type of women that are going to give you a headache. These are the type of women that are going to sit there and say, you know, oh, yeah, we had sex, but now I'm pulling consent and he raped me. Like, these are the type of women we sit there and we say you should avoid these women because of X, Y, and Z. And we even show you videos of women saying the same thing.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's crazy to me. Like, look, okay, I'm going to show you guys a clip that I did. I'm going to show you guys a clip that I did where it perfectly encapsulates what it is that I am talking about. Is it? No, it's this one right here.
Get
this
up.
clip right here. So we're going to play this clip, 3-minute clip. And I'm this perfectly encapsulates what I'm talking about when I say that when we get on this show, we tell you the types of women to not date and take serious, and then I will show in this clip, it'll show a woman saying the exact same thing that I'm saying. I actually have 2 clips of this if I'm being real with you.
So you're not gonna take the room?
And everybody in the comments agrees with me.
Bro, that man spent a lot of money on that ring, and he took you to your dream place. So you're not gonna even take it out the case?
I feel like this is a lie.
What you mean? We came to Hawaii. We in Hawaii.
Get down. We can have a
The
conversation.
dream place that you
We
wanted to
can have
go,
a
and
conversation
it's the
down
exact
here.
ring that you wanted.
Good thing I cut the line.
Oh, TikTok, your repost on everything. I made sure this is the exact ring you wanted with the gold band, the 2 hair stone, all that dumb shit.
I can just fuck your cameraman.
Therapy. We need all types of stuff. Like, we got a lot of stuff to work on before we decide, oh, we're gonna get back engaged. We're engaged again, everyone. Forget about everything that
You
happened.
can forget about me. So, I don't went on my way. Well, we still gotta finish the trip, though. She could finish that shit by herself, real shit.
Alright, man. I've been wanting to go over this video for a long time, bro. This video is a perfect example of why I tell dudes all the time, never get back together with a girl. Whether she's cheated on you, broke up with you, whatever, it does not matter. Never get back together with a girl. She knows what she was doing, bruh. She knows that when she left you, she thought, oh, I could do better. And she was out here fucking Chad and Dominic and, you know, Tyrone and all these niggas. found out that these niggas didn't want nothing to do with her besides her pussy. And so then she goes crawling back to you.
And comes back into your life saying that she wants to be with you again and she made a mistake and there's all these things that she's thought about. This is what really happened. And she will never be honest with you. She might give you hints of honesty and be like, this is my transparent answer. But it's not always going to be 100% true, because if she was 1,000% true with what went on and what happened and what she did, you would never take her back. She went out into the world. She had experiences, situations, hookups, dates, whatever you want to say, and she thought about you the entire time. Maybe even had a relationship or a situationship for a few weeks, and then realized that she made the wrong choice. And now is coming back to you to try to make things better because she really wants you back in her life. She wouldn't have left you if she saw your value to begin with.
There are no caps in my raps, bro. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to say it, but I speak nothing but truth on this mic, man. Oh, hold on. I'm him, bro. It just is what it is. Like, I'm just him. And that's what I'm saying. Is like, it all goes back to the simple fact that, look, when you're a guy that takes on the red pill and you understand women and you do the work to make yourself a better man, you too can be him. It just is what it is, bro. Like, you too can be him. And that's just what I'm saying, is like, that shows a great example of, like, dude, you know, the red pill masturbators, again, they're just gonna get on here, bro. They're just gonna complain and whine and cry and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, dude, if you can't say something, show a topic, and then have a woman literally say the same thing, confirming exactly what you're saying, like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, pimp. Like, it just is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, and that little boy throwing a fit and all that type shit. In reality, you know, you have no one to blame but yourself, 100%.
Yeah.
That's kind of what that's exactly what we've been trying to preach to you guys, is it begins, ends with the man.
Yeah.
You got to understand that if she decides she's going to leave, do whatever she wants to do and come back, she knows exactly the type of man that you are. She's going to play whatever game she wants to play with you, because if you take her back, she understands where she stands with you, and that's what she's just trying to game the whole time, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, again, we try to tell you guys, stop being cucks, stop being placated around the woman, not because we want you to hate women or hate their nature or whatever the case may be, right? Whatever these feminists try to spread about the idea that, you know, red pill is misogyny. The idea is you got to understand the game, play it to its fullest capabilities, so that way we fix the rules, right? Because right now the problem is you men are playing to the idea of logic being the rule set when it's not logic. Women are not logical. They don't play by logical rules. They don't run by logic, right? They run off of emotion, off of fiction, off of whatever you want to call it. The idea that they will try to just drain one of the three benefits that men provide, right? So the idea is you really just need to start, not necessarily, actually it is, you need to start with the idea of red pill rage and red pill masturbation is going to keep you stuck in where you're at, right? You're going to continue to be a cuck. You need to accept that you're a cuck right now. And if you want to change, you got to start really listening to what it is about some of these red pill ideologies and taking them and implementing them correctly, i.e., improving yourself as a man and living life on your accord, not performatively, but holistically and genuinely, because it's the performative nature that women can see through, and once they start poking and prodding at your boundaries, you fall apart because you're still masturbating or you're still red pill raging, and you're not actually implementing these things to the core, right? And so that's the problem that you guys are running into and not understanding.
Yeah, and I mean, when you had said when you were talking about, you know, women are kind of more of along the line of just, you know, they don't think logically. You know, they kind of thinking like the, how'd you say it?
Emotion or fiction.
Yes,
whatever.
exactly.
Yeah.
The emotion and the fiction. This video is a perfect example. I think you sent this one in.
Yes.
It's a perfect example of a guy who took the red pill, understands women, and is playing that to his advantage.
Yes.
All right, with the idea of, you know, the emotion and the fiction and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna play this video, and you guys will kind of see what it is that he's talking about when he says that. All right.
So when is the last time you fucked?
2024.
So 2 years ago. Okay.
My therapist told me to.
Your therapist told you to go fuck some?
She told me give it a shot.
Amazing therapist. Okay.
And then that's when I realized I'm asexual.
Really? Maybe y'all didn't have that spiritual connection, because even though you do
Yeah,
have
that's what I'm thinking.
honestly,
I probably need an emotional connection.
yeah, you can bond and create a soul tie first before you guys start getting intimate with each other. I'm so proud of you. It's hope for men out there.
So yeah. Yeah,
Easy.
Like he said,
Literally easy clap.
You play into the emotional, you know, fictional this and that of women, and when you understand, like I said, when you take the real red pill and you understand and you do the work, bro, it just is what it is. That's why I always said it, you know, back a couple months, maybe a month ago or something like that. I made a video called Dating is Vain in 2026, where I said, bro, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you say. Do what you got to do and do what you got to say to get the coochie, bro. Like, it just is what it is. Doing these big gestures and trying to, like, make her feel special and all this stuff, bro, who cares? Who cares? Because it's all in vain. I even ran you guys through an entire scenario of, like, you meet a girl, you get her number, you guys are talking, you plan the date, everything is good. Then leading up to the date, she doesn't show up. And you did all this work for her to skip out on you. You know, it's like, bro, dating in 2026 is vain, and it just is what it is. And that's why I look at it like, guys, say what you got to say and do what you got to do to get the coochie, bro. It's in that same realm. And that's why he said, you know, play to the emotions and play to the fantasy side of women. And that's just the way it goes. They're playing the game just as much as we are.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. They're gaming the fuck out of men, and it's just programmed into their nature to test, poke, and prod, because at the end of the day, they need to figure out, is this man going to provide? Is this man going to protect? Is this man going to be the leader, right?
Yeah.
And if they can make you crumble, how can they expect you to lead their children, lead other men, you know, have the status that they want you to have, right? And so in the example that you see, right, he basically says, I have made myself a prize. I have the status of I am asexual, can't be fucking, I cannot be fucked, right? And they took that as like strength and dignity and being in touch with the idea of exclusivity. So they were like, yeah, you might not just have had a emotional connection. He's like, yeah, I just don't think that's possible. That's real. You know what I mean? He played into it to where they felt like, I need to qualify to him. Mm-hmm. A lot of the problem that men run into is they feint it or fake it, or, you know, where they're like, yeah, I just think I could not have an emotional connection with a woman. And then they're like, they test that boundary of like, oh really? And then you're like, but I think the right woman, like I could connect with the right woman, like if someone, you know what I mean? And then they're like, see, this motherfucker desperate. This motherfucker was lying the whole time. Fucking idiot. And then they're like, oh, it doesn't work. What they said is bullshit. Women don't know what they want. And then they go fucking red pill masturbate or red pill rage and fucking post online about how they hate women, yada yada. So
yeah,
the idea is like, you just aren't adopting it correctly. You know what I mean? You in yourself don't have a real stance to actually implement those ideas on, and that's where the problem is lying.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, you know, like I said, when it comes full circle back to EDP, you know what I mean? Those are the type of guys that he's going to try to take on. You know what I mean? Is those guys who are the red pill masturbators, those guys that sit there and, you know, they date these, you know, feminist equal women and all that stuff. It is what it is. And because that's just where we see men going. Men,
and this is another this one where it says, yeah, that one. That's another implementation of what we're talking about playing the game, where women will not come out and admit this, but this is that rhetoric that they want to play into, but they will not admit it, right? So if you play the clip here, you'll see what I'm
So
talking
you
about.
were kind of a little bitch all weekend?
What?
You were at a bachelor party in Vegas for 4 days and you played blackjack the entire time?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's kind of lame, isn't it? That's kind of sad.
Baby, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused
My
here.
boyfriend played blackjack and swam all weekend. Not very sexy. Not very cool.
I, for one, think that being honorable to your girlfriend's the coolest thing you can do.
It's fine. Whatever.
It's fine.
I don't even care.
I mean, yeah. I hope it's fine that I didn't cheat on you.
It's fine. It's just fine.
Is it? Because
it's perfect.
What the hell's going on here?
I sat here comfortably all weekend just knowing you weren't going to cheat on me. I wasn't even worried. Not even a little bit. Do you know how boring that was?
I'm sorry my story about honoring our relationship is lame and boring to you.
So what'd you do? What did you do? Did you go to a David Blaine show and ask him to make your balls disappear? Because clearly you didn't have any all weekend, so...
Yes, we went to a David Blaine magic show, and no, he didn't make my balls disappear.
So lame.
He made a rabbit disappear, and everyone thought it was awesome.
Great. David Blaine turned my boyfriend into a pussy. Thank you, David Blaine.
Why are you being so mean?
When you weren't at David Blaine, were you grinding on one of the Magic Mike dancers?
What? Claire, most people would be relieved that all
Straight
their boyfriend did in
cooking this
Vegas was
boy.
play blackjack.
Would they?
Yeah, I think they would.
You are so fucking stupid. Do you know that?
Claire, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. You told me to be good this weekend. You looked at me and you said, "You're going to Vegas, please be good."
I can't believe I have to explain this to you. I said that so that you would be bad.
What?
What do you mean, what?
That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard, Claire.
Maggie, please, I am dying over here. Please, just tell me. Tell me you did something cool in Vegas so that I can actually look at you like a man.
Okay, fine.
Okay, here we go. What?
If you want to hear something, one night I was out at the club with the guys and we got bottle service. And,
Okay, yeah, that's
one of the
like
girls
it.
in the scandalous outfits carrying the bottle sort of came up to me as she was coming to our table and she started backing up into me and I didn't want to do it at all, but I couldn't help myself. My hips started kind of moving towards her and we're dancing.
So you
and
danced on her and then what?
I got a semi.
Okay, good. And then you took her back to your room.
No!
Oh my
No,
God,
Claire!
no!
After like 3 seconds of the gyrating, I asked her to please get off me because I told her I respect my girlfriend.
Oh my God!
I'm faithful to you. I love you.
Ew!
Why is that you?
No, Mikey, no! Fumbled. You fumbled.
Claire, why are you acting so
And then
ridiculous?
my girlfriend? Like, what are you, 12?
Yeah, so it's a bunch of
All right,
bickering.
look, with this, I'm going to show you guys a video that's perfect. I did a video of this. Oh my God. Where is that video? Here it is right here. Women. Okay. Okay. Women love cheaters.
Pardon me.
Sorry.
These are for you.
Stop.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, they are.
You're not turning her on now. I'm just telling
That's, I don't have to turn her on.
No.
You can take them.
Really?
They're for you.
Are you selling them?
No, they're for you.
Are they part of this gift?
No.
What do you think? You agree?
Not at all.
Why do you disagree?
I mean, it's all situation based. You can't say all women love cheaters.
Attraction is exactly the same for every individual. The only difference is it's different for men and women. That's it. It's
Well, what
the
does that
same
have
for
to do
every
with
woman.
women love
There's
cheaters?
not a
Prove me
woman
wrong.
out there that goes, you know what, I don't find a Ferrari attractive. I want a man without a Ferrari. There's not a single woman out there. There's not a single woman out there that goes, I don't want a man with money. Because that's resources. That's how you survive.
It depends on
There's not a single woman that says that?
Not a single woman.
You're so
What is this
They
based
want
off
that.
of?
No.
But what is that based off of?
What do you mean?
Like, where are you pulling these?
Would you ever say, you know
Can
what,
I
want
tell
to
you
go
what
this.
this should say? It should say
Look, let me
women
get-
have the potential to love their partners despite cheating.
Cheating is attractive because it shows options.
No, it's
If you don't have options, you can't cheat. Can you
Have a
cheat?
good day, love. I mean, yeah, you can. You can. I got things to do. Have a good day, love.
Fucking Sam. Hey, I agree with him. I agree with him. Women love cheaters. And why is it that they love cheaters? It's because of made choice copying, bro. Yeah, man. It's made choice copying. Is the behavioral phenomenon where an individual's preference for a potential mate increases if that mate has already been chosen or paired with someone else. Why is mate choice copying ingrained in women? All right, in women. All right, why is mate choice copying ingrained in women? Why? Because Briffel's law. Briffel's law is an anthropologic concept stating that the female, not the male, determines the conditions of a family group, and a relationship only occurs if the female derives a benefit from it. So, in the answer of do women love cheaters? Yes. For the simple fact that these men are able to show that they're attractive not only to one woman, but to a multitude of women. And since they're attracted to a multitude of women, it is believed that if I am with this man, then he has status. Status implies resources. Resources then imply money. Imply benefits. They imply benefits. So if I'm with this man, then I inherit his benefits, i.e. Briffel's law. So again, in the question of do women love cheaters? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Again, bro, like I can't stop missing. Yeah, it's beautiful. I can't stop just hitting that target. Because look, when he played that first video and she was complaining and whining and crying, why didn't you cheat? Why didn't you cheat? It's because of mate choice copying and Briffel's law. It's because of those two phenomenons right there. And these phenomenons are only in women. And since these phenomenons are only in women, well, that is what makes you more attractive to them. Yeah. It's simple biology, bro. It's simple biology, man.
And of course, like it's a very known concept. The problem shown in the first video is he's like, I have no idea what you want, like you told me be good, yada yada. Men operate on logic, and that's where they trip up, where women say one thing and they mean the opposite, but men do not realize it. Men don't understand it. Men can't grasp it because they're logical, straightforward, truthful beings, and women are the opposite, i.e. But as we saw, she was like, you know how boring that is, that my man is out there being safe, where she is looking for the excitement, the social proof that I am with a man of status, right? A man of status would go out there and be propositioned and would be able to take it all the way with another woman, right? That was not demonstrated. She was bored. We had someone write in about like, I bought her gifts, and I bought her an Apple Watch because she was doing so good in her career, and she wanted to break up with me or whatever because she saw her ex with more status because you were boring the fuck out of her. And we try to explain that to you, men, of like, dude, it goes ass backwards, but you got to understand that this is the game that they want. Mm-hmm. They want the in real life drama and deception and roller coaster, because in their mind they want to qualify to the idea that this man is of high status. I need to do something to be worthy of being with this man, i.e. if they thought they were above you, why the fuck would they be with you?
Exactly.
So that's the problem that a lot of men don't understand and not understanding, and it gets them caught up, where in that second clip, if it was playing, if you had saw the whole thing, the dude that walked off without the flowers, she kind of threw the flowers away, I think, or she was like, I don't really give a fuck about these at the very minimum.
If you guys watch the full episode, the full clip is in there where she's like, and then he asks her, would you have gone with like a guy that thinks like me or a guy that thinks like him? And she's like, probably with you. Yeah, probably a guy like you, because like it just makes more sense. Like, it's a little more attractive.
It's so funny how she's trying to argue like, no, it's not that, and then he's like, I don't get this. Have a good day, love. Like, you went out, bought those flowers. She didn't really give a fuck about them because she's like, I was just standing here, but it's the idea of like they take the gestures. It's the same thing with the Apple Watch, like I was talking about last time. She was doing good in her career, and she's like, I was doing that for myself. Like, I don't give a fuck about this Apple Watch. And then she was like, I've done
nothing really to deserve this.
Yeah, she was like, I'm gonna go cheat and talk to my ex because this motherfucker is boring. Yeah. And men will still sit there and be like, I don't know what women want, yada yada, and it's like, dude, because you listen to what they say and not what they do, or do the opposite of what they're saying.
Yeah, that one's a W, dude.
Yeah.
But hey, man, you know, we can only say so much. It is what it is. I've done so many of these episodes. That's why I can pull up my own clips and literally show you guys that, dude, there are no caps in our raps. We don't get on these microphones to talk bullshit. It just is what it is, man. And so, look, we've already been going for 4 hours. It's been a long stream. We love you guys. We do appreciate you guys. We wanted to go over everything. I wanted to go over the Lindsay Clancy stuff in excruciating detail. I wanted to go over the Nolan Wells stuff in excruciating detail because honestly, after hearing the boys talk about their day and their timeline and stuff like that, it really made us believers. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd love to see just more into what happened to Nolan, what actually went down, everything like that. We're very curious, and we're gonna stay close to that case. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna stay close to the Lindsay Clancy case. I'm gonna stay close to the Nolan Wells case. That's not going to go anywhere. You guys will be able to get coverage of that. And yeah, man, the EDP thing, look, bro, like I said, he's gonna bring in more of these red pill masturbator guys, and it just says what it is. There's going to be guys like us that are going to actually get out there, want to help these guys, and say, hey, man, this ain't the way. We're going to show you the right way to do it. We're going to show you how to be, an actual man in the world and in society. And, hopefully they take our advice, or, if they don't, it is what it is, man.
IKEA is always open.
Yeah, exactly. You can go get your cuck chair, bro. All right. But we're going to get the fuck up out of here, man. We love you and appreciate you guys for coming into the lives and hanging out and, showing your love and support and everything like that. So again, YouTube.com/membership, man. Join the membership. Join the membership, okay? If you guys want to check out the Sunday episodes, the Tuesday episodes, and the Thursday episodes completely early, go ahead and get on into the membership, okay? Join Tier 2 membership for all of the exclusive content, as well as getting all the content early, and then the behind-the-scenes content as well, okay? Join on that. Audio listeners, thank you guys for all the support, man. You guys are absolutely dope. If you guys hung out for this 4-hour long episode, thank you. Appreciate it. I know this one was long, but we had a lot of stuff to go over. We had a lot of stuff we were talking about, and we just wanted to get through it. We didn't think the EDP documentary, we were going to get into that, but then we ended up getting into it, and I was just like, fuck the clips. Let's just take clips from the actual documentary. And it was a lot better doing it that way. So we do what we got to do for you guys. All right. We love you guys. He'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. And anything before we close out?
No, just thank you guys so much for all the support, all the running up of the numbers, the downloads, the 5 stars. You guys are actually doing really, really awesome on showing your support, showing that what we do is actually important to you guys. So I really appreciate that. And, as I always say, stop being a cuck. So.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, again, I could show you guys a little behind the scenes as far as our stats go. Just because, I like to be very transparent. You know what I mean? I think being transparent is great for you guys. I don't think I can show stats on here. I don't know if I can or not.
The proof is in the pudding, so it'll when you find it, it'll show up. I can't thank you guys enough, especially with the success that the channel is actually cultivating. Is actually really, really, really impressive for myself. Every time I come in, being able to be behind the camera, being able to actually film and make an impact on not just your guys' life, but people in my life. Me and the Rig 4 have talked about it, where we not only learn and grow for the show, we learn and grow off of the show from just doing the research, going into things, actually being able to spend time and dig into this stuff. So it really shows in fruition when you guys are showing that support as well.
And like I said, I like to be very transparent with you guys, and I want to show you guys our stats. I really do. Because I want you guys to see you guys' impact when it comes to this stuff. And I'm not capping, you know what I mean? Let's go to YouTube here. So look, this is our downloads. This is all you download people. You know what I mean? The fact that we've had almost 1,000 downloads in the last 7 days, insanity. Crazy. In the last month, we've had 2,800 downloads. Insanity. In the last 3 months, we've had exactly 8,000 downloads. And then we get to our insights on Instagram. You know what I mean? Over 1 million views. Over 1 million views. You guys have been just watching the content, man. Interacting 100% with our reels. We have over 100,000 interactions with you guys, and that's you guys commenting, that you guys, interacting with the content, all that good stuff, bro. So again, it's like you guys are absolutely, integral to this, if I'm being real with you guys. And I want to show you guys our stats because I want you guys to know that, hey, you guys are making a difference.
Yes.
You guys are very making a difference, okay? We do appreciate it. We love you guys. And again, we're going to get the hell up out of here. We love you guys. We appreciate you. Peace.
Peace.